Chapter 2034. Chu Yang clearly felt that the material of the stone started to become finer. Moreover, there was a sense of flexibility. The cross-section was also as fine as mud that had rotted for hundreds of years. Moreover, the wind blowing from such a stone was actually getting stronger and stronger. The sound of thunder was faintly heard, and it was extremely dull, one sound after another, as if it was a dull and real blow to the heart. Even the sword spirit was aghast at the sight of such power, because, in the past, the previous masters of the Tribulation Sword had never experienced such a situation. But the sword spirit was already used to it. Ever since he followed this sword master, which thing had ever happened before? From the first fragment of the Tribulation Sword to now, every step this sword master took brought him a new feeling and a new experience. Chu Yang was still working hard. The stone pillar had already begun to sway greatly. It suddenly tilted towards one side. Then, it swayed back and fell towards the other side again. It seemed to want to throw the person standing on its head down at all costs. But no matter how it fell, Chu Yang stood on it as if it had grown roots. The sword light in his hand flickered, undulating continuously. After another 500 feet, the material of the stone became finer and finer. In the end, it was as if it had completely become one. Not even the slightest trace of sand or other forms of fusion could be found. The wind blew faster, and the thunder became deeper. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to it. He allowed his black clothes to flutter in the wind. He just buried his head and worked hard. Finally, the Tribulation Sword let out a cheerful sword cry. A cold light emitted from its body, and then it turned warm. A sense of calmness suddenly rose from Chu Yang's heart. He kicked away the big stone under his feet and saw a sparkling light suddenly appear. It was very short and thin. Compared to the sword body, it was one size smaller. But it was sparkling. It had a calm and ancient aura. It came straight towards him. When the other fragments of the Tribulation Sword were discovered, they were very excited. They seemed to want to jump up and celebrate. But this sword tongue clearly saw its old brother that it had not seen for 10,000 years. It was actually lying there motionless. The light on its body flashed, showing its excitement. However, it did not move at all. It was very reserved, or rather, very steady. Seeing this ancient sword tongue, Chu Yang suddenly thought of Dong Wushang's temperament for some inexplicable reason. That kind of calm and heroic aura also reminded him of Mo Tianji's temperament. That kind of strategizing, Ao Sheyun's manner, that kind of silent savagery, calamity sword, sword tongue. He finally appeared. The tongue of the sword was the part of the sword that was wrapped by the hilt. It pierced through the hilt and was not exposed to the outside. It could not be used to attack, but it was the foundation of the sword. A sword. If there was no sword tongue, it would break soon. If the sword's tongue, hilt, and body were all one, it would be hard and straight, but not flexible enough. Therefore, there was no doubt that the sword tongue was the foundation of the sword. Chu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He bent down and gently picked up the sword sheath with one hand. He vaguely felt as if a thought was greeting him. Greetings, sword master. But when Chu Yang listened carefully, he realized that this was just his own misconception. The Tribulation Sword in his hand automatically disintegrated. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard flew in circles around the sword tongue. The sword tongue floated silently in the air, the light on its body brightening. The sword intent immediately wrapped around the sword tongue. Then, the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, and sword guard seemed to have received an order. They all pounced over. The sword tongue flashed and floated up quietly. It stood still in the air and issued a summon. The sword guard whooshed over. It leaned over. With a clang, the sword guard and the sword tongue merged into one. Then, the sword edge, and sword tip all went back to their original positions. A Tribulation Sword suddenly took shape. Half of the Tribulation Sword's shadow in Chu Yang's dantian had already materialized. The 5 fragments of the Tribulation Sword floated in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang gently stretched out his hand and held the sword tongue. He immediately felt a sense of connection. Suddenly, he felt as if the Tribulation Sword had become a part of his body and could no longer be separated. It was as if they were in perfect harmony. Both sides were adapting. Chu Yang tried to circulate the heaven-splitting divine technique and injected it into the tribulation sword. He clearly felt the sword tongue tremble. Then, the tribulation sword let out an extremely joyful sword cry. 4 sentences suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's heart. The hidden light of the hidden edge is not over at night. Strategizing for days and months. I would rather hide for my entire life. But I am a murderous maniac. Then, a figure inexplicably appeared in Chu Yang's mind. It was holding a long sword and dancing slowly. It was the 5th fragment of the tribulation sword, the 4 sword techniques belonging to the sword tongue. Chu Yang focused on memorizing. At this moment, he was completely focused. The sword spirit was also watching Chu Yang attentively, paying attention to Chu Yang's mental state. Slowly, Chu Yang also gradually understood the purpose and functions of these 4 techniques. He couldn't help but praise them in his heart. The sword tongue had always been known as the foundation of the sword. It was indeed not without reason. To Chu Yang's understanding, the sword tongue was like a big hand hidden in the dark. It never appeared, but this hand held the world's top killing power, the sharpest sword. Compared to the killing sword, the scariest part should be this hand. The first technique, the hidden edge, is not over at night. As the name suggested, it was to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. This was a hidden technique, but every part of it was full of killing intent. It could attack from any direction at any time. There was absolutely no blind spot in the attack. The second technique, the long planning of the day and the moon, was similar to the first technique, but it had an additional grasp of the battle situation. This technique had clearly expanded the alert range by 10 times. Not only his own enemies, but even his comrades, brothers, and possible enemies were all faintly shrouded by this move. The third move was to hide one's entire life. It was like the darkness before the dawn. After all preparations were made, this move would hide all the aura, killing intent, and even the sword master's own life force and divine thoughts. Everything would be hidden. It was like the strange and terrifying calm before the storm. The fourth technique, however, was a murderous maniac. It was after the foreshadowing of the first 3 techniques. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted. It was as if the clear sky had completely collapsed at this moment, and the earth had completely collapsed at this moment. All the battle power. At this moment, all of them were fully unleashed. Murderous maniac. This technique was completely unexpected, but its power was the sum of the 4 techniques. In fact, it was even more powerful. This was definitely the most insidious and vicious of the 4 sword techniques in the tribulation sword technique. Such insidiousness and treachery made Chu Yang, the sword master, break out in cold sweat after he understood these 4 sword techniques. As Chu Yang memorized these 4 sword techniques, the tribulation sword suddenly disappeared from his hand. Hey, I haven't finished using it yet. Chu Yang was very surprised. This sword tongue is not very obedient. This is the habit of the sword tongue. He first wanted to take a look at the place where he lives. His brothers accompanied him to visit his new home. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. He was speechless at this guy's lack of experience. Indeed, after a while, sword light flashed and the tribulation sword automatically appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang could feel a faint sense of joy coming from the calamity sword, as if the sword tongue was saying, "Not bad, I'm barely satisfied." Yes, it was expressing its sincere respect to the sword master, and a faint apology. I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly good. Fuck. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. If you're still not satisfied with my Dantian, there probably won't be a new home in this world that can satisfy you. Since he had already taken out the sword tongue, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't let go of the rest. He reached out and touched the place where the sword tongue was. It was slippery. It seemed to be very soft to the touch, but in fact, it was so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. Chu Yang felt that even star iron might not be much harder than the rocks here. Yet, it gave off a soft and slippery feeling. And, in this soft and slippery feeling, there was actually wind and thunder surging. Chu Yang raised his hand and the sword fell. Large rocks were kicked down the deep valley by him. Now that he had the sword tongue, Chu Yang no longer had any qualms. He drank a mouthful of the wine left by Shuelehan and 2 mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. Then, he started to work energetically. This time, he didn't have any qualms. With a swing of his sword, he chopped down several large rocks and threw them down. All the way down, there were still such rocks. After chopping down 5,000 feet, it was still the same. There were no changes. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation and tenacity, he couldn't help but feel a little tired. It can't all be rocks like this, right? Chu Yang looked up. He couldn't see the sky anymore. Only the heavy snow was still falling. He couldn't help but talk to himself gloomily. He couldn't see the top and bottom. How long would he have to chop for? Definitely not. There will definitely be something good, said the sword spirit with certainty. All right, I'll admit it. Even if I have to chop down 10,000 feet all the way to the end, even if there's nothing, I'll admit it. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Another 4 hours passed. Chu Yang almost wanted to slap himself. He had never realized that he had the potential to jinx it. In 4 hours, he had chopped down a height of 20,000 feet, but there was still nothing. He saw that half of this stone pillar had already been chopped down by him. The shaking wasn't that big anymore. Fuck, what exactly is this? It's actually hidden so well? Chu Yang cursed. Luckily, it's the tribulation sword. If it were any other sword, even Dong Wushang's dark saber would have been broken long ago. What strange thing is this? The sword spirit said. Besides, even a supreme martial artist can't move it. Chu Yang was shocked. Yes, with the hardness and weight of this place, even if a supreme martial artist had the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to move this stone pillar completely, it was probably impossible. He roused himself and chopped down madly. This time, he chopped down 500 feet. After 300 sword strikes in a row, Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. My jinx mouth is working. Because he could already see the ground below. I've really chopped down close to 10,000 feet. Chu Yang was a little dizzy. At this moment, a strange change suddenly happened. I'm about to collapse. From morning till now, for chapters. Okay, I'll continue to write the 5th chapter. Chapter 2035. But at this moment, as Chu Yang's sword fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the stone pillar. The wind at this moment was a hurricane. Chu Yang didn't even have time to kick the 10,000-pound stone that he had just chopped down, but it was blown away by the hurricane. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound, followed by a rumbling sound. Right in front of Chu Yang, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly rose up. The lightning was so bright that it even illuminated the mountain walls on both sides of the mountain. Chu Yang opened his eyes and looked down. He screamed and covered his eyes with his hands. He saw 2 dazzling lights on the cross-section of the stone. There was light in the world, and it was called extreme. Extreme light. And these 2 lights could be called extreme light. Chu Yang glanced at it and saw a green light and a white light flashing fiercely. Minister Chu was caught off guard, and his eyes suddenly turned white. He suddenly closed his eyes and felt tears flowing out from the corners of his eyes. His eyes were sore and unspeakable. He couldn't open them. He only heard the sword spirit's incoherent words of surprise. Oh my God, it's this thing. Oh my God, it's really. Oh my God. The more Chu Yang listened, the more his heart itched. He couldn't open his eyes. He had no choice but to ask, Sword Spirit, what is this? This is the best thing. It's the second most wonderful medicine in the world. I've finally seen this legendary thing. Oh my God. The sword spirit's voice trembled. After talking for a long time, he still didn't get to the point. He was obviously very excited. Chu Yang despised him in his heart. He worked hard to restore his eyes. Finally, he was able to open them a little. He couldn't wait to squint and look. He saw 2 pieces of jade confronting each other on the cross-section of the stone. One piece was shining with a green light, and the wind was whistling. The other piece was flickering with a white lightning, and the sound of thunder was faintly heard. At this moment, a dazzling light was emitted from the green jade. At the same time, a blazing lightning was emitted from the white jade. Chu Yang hurriedly closed his eyes. He could still feel the two strong beams of light colliding violently. They passed each other and pounced on the cliffs on both sides of the mountain. Suddenly, a fierce wind whistled on the cliff on the left. Snow swelled up like an avalanche and scattered in the sky. Bolts of lightning danced on the cliff on the right. Thunder rumbled and rumbled. Chuyang opened his mouth wide in shock. A few small stones flew into his mouth with tinkling sounds, but he didn't notice. So this is the Wind Thunder platform and the Wind Thunder Mountain. All the strange phenomena of heaven and earth came from these two small pieces of jade? Chuyang finally said something and shut his mouth. With a crunching sound, a few stones were crushed by his teeth and he spat them out. A small jade slip? The sword spirit sneered. This is not a jade slip. Look carefully. Chuyang looked at them carefully and saw that these two pieces of jade, one green and one white, seemed to be moving. They seemed to be squirming. No, they were flowing. This is jade paste. The sword spirit indifferently replied. It's the same as your mysterious ice jade ointment, but its energy is much stronger. What kind of jade cream is this? Chuyang asked in shock. This is the Heavenly Imperial Court. The heavenly heart of wind and lightning, which only existed in legends, was also known as the Heavenly Jade Paste. I didn't expect that it would come to this continent and become one of the great miracle medicines. The sword spirit said in a heavy voice, Heavenly heart of wind and lightning? Heavenly jade paste? Chuyang scratched his head in confusion. This was really the first time he heard this name in his life. It's right that you don't know. I can only say that your luck really makes me speechless, the sword spirit said with some envy and jealousy. The soul's face was distorted. Please enlighten me. Chuyang had such a good thing. If he didn't understand something, he would definitely not be ashamed to ask. Of course, after asking, he would kick him to the curb. According to ancient legends, heaven has a heart and earth has a soul. The sword spirit breathed a sigh of relief. He said, in the heart of heaven is the combination of yin and yang. Heaven and earth collide, and the combination of wind and thunder is the heart of heaven. The sword spirit said in a pilgrimage tone, this heavenly heart of wind and lightning is only the heavenly jade paste now. When wind and thunder combine and merge into one, it will become the heavenly heart of wind and lightning. He looked at Chuyang and said heavily, the heart of heaven. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chuyang couldn't help but be shocked by this news. The heart of heaven? Oh my God, it's just a legend. The sword spirit was a little embarrassed. He said, it's actually just a description to describe how powerful this thing is. It's okay, I believe it. Chuyang beamed at the heavenly heart of wind and lightning in front of him. Who cares if it's a legend or not? In the future, if anyone says it's not, I'll fight with him. The sword spirit was speechless again. How do I keep this thing? Chuyang asked humbly. He tried to use his mental power to keep it in the tribulation space, but the two pieces of jade ignored him and didn't move at all. Your left hand is yang, grab the thunder jade, and your right hand is yin, grab the wind jade. Grab with both hands and separate them, then you can keep them in the tribulation space, the sword spirit said. Be careful, you must be fast and do it at the same time. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, Chuyang had already reached out and grabbed the thunder jade with one hand and the wind jade with the other. They were soft and smooth to the touch, as if they could change into different shapes at any time. Then, the next moment, boom, Chuyang's palms turned into charcoal. He stood up in pain and shook his hands violently. He hissed in cold air. Bastard, you only said to keep them, but I have to put them in one after the other, right? Why did I get hit the moment I let go? The sword spirit gloated helplessly. That's necessary. Chuyang was in a dilemma. He hurriedly took out some medicine and swallowed it. Right at this moment, the bottom of the stone pillar of the wind thunder platform suddenly and slowly sank down until it was level with the ground at the bottom. 30 feet away, there was a pile of snow and ice hundreds of feet high. Lord Swordmaster, your benefits are here, the sword spirit said. Benefits? Chuyang was stunned. Here, look under your feet. The sword spirit pouted. Chuyang looked down and saw a hair-thin crack slowly appearing under his feet. The crack became bigger and bigger, and it cracked open more and more, revealing a flat hole that only one person could pass through. This is the only way in and out of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. Before you get the second fragment of the tribulation sword, this is the only way in and out, and only you can enter and exit. The sword spirit said, "This is the heaven's path." Chu Yang became excited. "I can go to the upper three heavens from here, or the lower three heavens?" "Yes," the sword spirit said, "but you have to be careful. You only have 3 months. And when you pass through the heaven's path, my soul body needs to sleep. I can't help you at all." Chu Yang nodded. "It's okay. With my current cultivation, if I still need your help in the upper three heavens or the lower three heavens, then I'll really be a joke." The sword spirit reminded him, "Don't forget, only 3 months. Remember, after 3 months, you must come back here. Even if you're a moment late, the consequences will be unimaginable." Chu Yang waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and go back to sleep. I don't need you to teach me how to go. I know what I'm doing." "What do you know? You're obviously so excited that you can't tell north from south." The sword spirit disappeared with a whoosh. Then, the heavenly hearts of wind and thunder that had just been kept in the tribulation space flew up and entered Chu Yang's meridians from left and right. The hole on the ground was already emitting a misty fog. Chu Yang closed his eyes and jumped in with a puff sound. He then laughed out loud. "Brothers, your beloved big brother is back." The white fog at the hole surged and Chu Yang's figure disappeared. Above the heavenly palace, purple clouds drifted. Here, surrounded by clouds, jade buildings, and heavenly palaces, it was indeed different from the rest. This was a majestic palace hidden in the mountains. Countless guards guarded this place from front to back, making it impregnable. A white figure flashed and Zixieqing, dressed in snow-white clothes, floated down. Looking at the majestic palace in front of her, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. Then, her white clothes fluttered as she walked forward. She hadn't taken 2 steps when suddenly, a figure flashed. 2 golden figures appeared in front of her. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zixieqing said lightly, "Please report to the Demon Empress that the person who made an agreement 70,000 years ago is here." The 2 golden figures glanced at her. They snorted. "With your cultivation, you can actually make an agreement with the Demon Empress 70,000 years ago? Are you qualified?" Zixieqing said lightly, "Whether I'm qualified needs to be evaluated by the Demon Empress. If I'm lying, I'm here and can't run away. If I'm not lying and delay the Demon Empress plans, can you bear the responsibility?" The golden armored guard was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. "Wait a moment." The other person hurriedly flew inside. Not long after, he ran out with sweat all over his head. "The Demon Empress invites Miss Z to come in." Zixieqing snorted and walked away. The 2 guards bowed and greeted her with smiles on their faces, apologizing profusely. In the hall, Zixieqing sat opposite a beautiful woman in palace attire, her face calm. "Are you saying that you've agreed to my request back then?" The Demon Empress raised her teacup and drank a mouthful of water. She looked at Zixieqing with a half-smile. 70,000 years ago, you risked your life to escape even at the cost of your body. Today, you've come to me voluntarily and agreed?" "Yes." Zixieqing took a breath. "But I also hope that the Demon Empress can fulfill one of my conditions." The Demon Empress narrowed her eyes and gave off a dangerous glow. She said, "How many thousands of years has it been since anyone dared to talk about conditions with me? I didn't expect that a little demon would dare to talk about conditions in front of me. Tell me. I can use my life essence and the purple mystic pill that I cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to save Tai's life." Zixieqing said calmly. A trace of pain and longing flashed past her eyes, but she said firmly, "But I want to be a human." "You want to be a human?" The Demon Empress suddenly sat up straight and looked at Zixieqing in shock. Her eyes were sharp and filled with disbelief. "Yes, I want to be a human, a real human. Not a transformed human, but a human." Zixieqing bowed down. "Please fulfill my wish, Demon Empress." Chapter 2036. Among the brothers, The one who was beaten up the most was definitely not the first challenger, GMO. It was Duke Xie, Ao Xieyun, especially Ao Xieyun, the instigator. Because Chu Yang had said before, how can a divine dragon bloodline not have a dragon head? Besides, it was this guy who had suggested to turn Chu Yang into a dragon head in the beginning. How could Chu Yang let him go? Therefore, Ao Xieyun's dragon horns were the most majestic and spectacular. Therefore, Duke Xie begged for mercy as he fought. Boss, it's my father's birthday today. Save me some face. Only Minister Chu's reply was, you have more face when you transform into a divine dragon. After fighting 4 people in a row, Chu Yang was in a good mood. In fact, he was very happy. Other than GMO, who had turned into a dragon head in one move because he had underestimated his opponent, the other 3 all gave Chu Yang different degrees of great surprise. Everyone's cultivation was the same, but their battle tactics were completely different. This was what made Chu Yang the happiest. Each of them had their own style. Even if they were together every day, they would never be assimilated by each other. Their self-awareness was very strong. This was also the most basic and important condition to become a top-level martial artist. Luo Kadi's lone wolf-like attacking style and his ferocious sword techniques surprised Chu Yang. Fighting with Luo Kadi was like facing a pack of wolves in a boundless forest. Extremely hungry wolves, biting from all directions. If one was not careful, they would be torn into pieces. When Xie Danqiong's viburnum flowers bloomed, they were the most beautiful in the world. This kind of dazzling and dreamlike technique was an eye-opener for Chu Yang. When the viburnum flowers bloomed, it was like a fairy scattering flowers, colorful and colorful. It was indeed very beautiful, but behind this extreme beauty was unparalleled killing intent. Chu Yang's clothes were cut in more than 10 places. It was caused by Xie Danqiong's viburnum flowers. When Ao Xieyun's Divine Dragon Battle Manual was used, Chu Yang felt a great strain. This was the first time such a situation had happened in a battle with Chu Yang. Chu Yang was a top-level sword saint. Under the suppression of cultivation level, he could already fight a second-grade supreme martial artist. And Ao Xieyun was only a first-grade supreme martial artist who had just advanced. Among the 4, only Ao Xieyun's Divine Dragon Battle Manual could. Chu Yang was a little confused, unable to see the direction. However, this battle had greatly increased his confidence. Gu Duxing had been watching from the side. The more he watched, the brighter his eyes became, and the stronger his fighting spirit became. Chu Yang's strength and sharpness were both top-notch sword cultivators. Both of them were fatally attractive to him. It caused the sword intent in his chest to move unhindered, and he thirsted for battle. Ao Xieyun and the others had already been defeated. There was only Gu Duxing left. Chu Yang was still standing there. He looked at Gu Duxing with a smile, the sword in his hand flashing. Chu Yang didn't move, and neither did Gu Duxing. However, sword energy suddenly surged in the arena. The surrounding flowers and plants all fell down neatly. The sword intent in their bodies. They both felt the same aura from each other. Even if people don't fight, even the sword had to fight. There are no 2 suns in the sky, and no 2 monarchs in a country. Similarly, in the land of the sword Tao, there was only one emperor. Chu Yang's eyes became sharper and more fervent. Gu Duxing straightened his body. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in the air. He was originally standing as straight as a javelin, but when he straightened his back, it was as if a peerless divine sword had suddenly been unsheathed. His expression and aura were completely different from just now. Come on, Chu Yang said. Come on. Gu Duxing said coldly. Chu Yang stood still on the spot. Gu Duxing spread his arms. With a whoosh, Ao Xieyun and the other 3 were sent 100 feet away. Then, he walked forward slowly. With every step he took, his sword intent became sharper. Boss, please advise me. Gu Duxing took 3 steps forward. I've been practicing the sword since I was young. My life was wandering and lonely. I felt depressed and created the Sword of Solitude. In the lower 3 heavens, I met Boss, and my sword energy changed to become the Sword of Solitude. Although I'm lonely, I want to use my loneliness as a guardian. In the lower 3 heavens, I met Tu Qianhao. In a battle of life and death, I comprehended Tu Qianhao's Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. Gu Duxing said lightly, these two sword techniques are gathered in me. Until now, they haven't been unified. Today's battle is, firstly, to satisfy my craving and fight for supremacy in the Sword Dao. Secondly, to let boss experience my Sword of Solitude. My Sword of Oblivion. My Heart of Solitude. My Heaven of Oblivion. As he said the last sentence, Gu Duxing suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brightly, like two long swords that had already been unsheathed, shining brightly in the sky. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Duxing, I know you've always wanted to experience the Calamity Sword technique. Today, I'll fulfill this wish of yours. Chu Yang said this through telepathy. He had already sensed that Huyan Albua and the others were watching this battle. So, he was still cautious and didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing the words Calamity Sword technique, Gu Duxing's sword intent surged. His battle intent soared. Suddenly, he let out a long howl. With a howl, heaven and earth shook. The white clouds in the sky were suddenly cut into pieces and scattered in all directions, as if they had encountered sharp wind blades. Today, the wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. Clang! The black dragon sword appeared in Gu Duxing's hand with a bone-piercing coldness and bleakness. Then, Gu Duxing strode forward. He walked step by step, his footsteps heavy. But every step he took covered at least 100 feet of space. But after taking 5 steps like this, he still hadn't reached Chu Yang. Chu Yang reached out and a long sword appeared in his hand. He didn't use the Calamity Sword. There was no need for the Calamity Sword in a spar between brothers. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Gu Duxing's voice rang out. Heaven's Solitude. A mighty sword intent, with a bleak solitude, poured down. Sword aura spread out and enveloped a radius of 100 feet. Gu Duxing rose with his sword. His black robes fluttered, and he turned into a beam of black light that shot through the sky. Just this move made the expressions of Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiong, and the others change at the same time. However, this sword strike had made them realize that Gu Duxing had never used his full strength against them when they were exchanging pointers in the past. Chu Yang smiled lightly and shouted through telepathy, Calamity Sword technique. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. With a swing of his sword, a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, it suddenly scattered into thousands of rays of cold light, covering the sky and earth and whistling toward Chu Yang. Gu Duxing was energized. He shouted, Heaven's Solitude! Heaven's Solitude! Heaven's Solitude! 3 consecutive moves. Suddenly released. The whole world seemed to have suddenly become bleak and bleak at this moment. The thousands of rays of cold light collided with the solitary sword rain. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. They were actually evenly matched and floated back at the same time. Gu Duxing was shocked. The Calamity Sword technique was indeed extremely powerful. It was just one move, but he actually needed to use 3 moves to resolve it. While retreating in the air, Gu Duxing suddenly changed from retreating to rising up. He shouted, Heaven's Solitude! A mighty ray of solitary sword aura shot straight out. This move made Chu Yang's heart tremble. This move of Gu Duxing's even carried an aura of Dao. Chu Yang's black-robed figure turned around in the air while retreating. He shouted through telepathy, Calamity Sword! What's the harm in slaughtering the world? At the same time, a sharp sword aura was also unleashed. It met Gu Duxing's Heaven's Solitude in the air. With a soft pop, the Heaven's Solitude sword aura scattered. That sword aura of, what's the harm in slaughtering the world? Although more than half of it was eliminated, the remaining momentum did not change. It rushed straight toward Gu Duxing. Impressive. Gu Duxing exclaimed in his heart. He shouted, Earth's Solitude. He made another move to resolve this move. He was currently 1 level higher than Chu Yang, and an important one at that. He was a sword saint, but he was a sword supremacy. However, he was actually at a disadvantage against the Calamity Sword technique. Immediately after, the follow-up moves of Chu Yang's Calamity Sword technique, came endlessly like rolling waves. A sharp will buried deep does not change, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous for thousands of years, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east. By the time the two moves of Calamity Sword, cutting off the sentimental traveler, Gu Duxing's solitary sword technique had already been used up. The three solitudes of heaven, earth, and man merged into one and became Heaven's Solitude and Heaven's Solitude. However, by the time Chu Yang's move of Iron Wall and Bronze Wall fighting endlessly appeared, Gu Duxing's solitary sword technique was finally completely defeated. He retreated abruptly and went straight up in the air. The farther he retreated, the smaller he became in the air, almost becoming a black dot. Then, he came down from the air with an awe-inspiring aura. His sword flashed, and an inexplicable aura spread down. Gu Duxing sighed. The sword to the peak. He took 2 steps in the air, and the sword light carried with it a desolate and heavy aura. Such an aura seemed to be able to make one completely forget the past and enter a wonderful state. Chu Yang shouted, "What a sword of oblivion! Look at me, what more can I ask for in this life?" Their swords clashed densely in the air, and the sound was dense and fragmented, like the wind blowing on a lotus or the rain hitting on a banana leaf. Gu Duxing's body spun and retreated, and then spun and advanced again. He said slowly, "Life and death, victory and defeat are all gone in a flash." The aura of emptiness of the world was even more intense in this move. Chu Yang flipped over, and the sword aura summoned in the air. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, as if gathering here at this moment, wanting to fill up the emptiness of the world that Gu Duxing had created. It was the gathering of the clouds. With a boom, the sword aura flew out, as if a bomb had exploded. Ao Xieyun and the other 3 screamed and scattered in all directions. In the battle just now, both Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had been controlling their strength and not letting it leak out. But now, both of them could no longer control it. The trees in a radius of hundreds of feet fell down neatly. The sword aura flew everywhere, cutting deep sword marks one after another on the mountain rocks. Gu Duxing held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and said disappointedly, "Where can I find a soulmate in the world?" He turned around, and when he was about to turn back, the sword aura spread out for thousands of feet. When I want to turn back, I've already forgotten. Chu Yang perked up, and the 2 moves, Hidden Edge, Hidden Light, Endless Night, and Strategizing, Long Day and Moon, were used consecutively. Right at this moment, he finally discovered where Gu Duxing's biggest problem was. Too much focus. Too much focus. Too much focus. That was the flaw. Let's say a few more words today. Gee. When he woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was turn on the computer excitedly. Then, he blacked out and was hit on the head. 10 chapters of explosion, and not only did he not get first place, he was behind by almost 200 votes. Currently, the gap was still increasing. He threw a punch with all his strength, but it was a resounding slap to his own face. The first thing was to quickly unseal that single chapter. I had a kind of hysterical feeling of powerlessness, the feeling of all the strength in my body being sucked out and my mind going blank. Or maybe that was the feeling I had when I saw it. At this moment, I was extremely envious of Old Cat. This was the foundation. Was the foundation something that couldn't be matched even if one risked their lives? My heart was extremely bitter. 10 chapters. I had 100,000 prideful brothers, but every time I fought, I only had a few thousand troops. The remaining 10,000 plus people surrounded the battlefield as cheerleaders. The cheerleaders watched their brothers fight bloody battles and kill with all their might, and then shouted, "Do your best. I support you in spirit." They watched their brothers retreat step by step, watched their brothers give their all and finally fail, and then suffer together. They all said, "I'm also a member of Prideful World, and I feel terrible." Cheerleader A, "I'm young and I don't have the ability." Cheerleader B, "I don't have money, and I only smoke the cheapest 5 yuan cigarettes." Cheerleader C, "Others don't go. Why should I spend my own money?" Cheerleader D, "I don't know how to register. I'm a computer noob." Or, "I have money, but I don't want to give a certain amount." Or, although I feel terrible, it has nothing to do with me. All right, I won't say any more. I will continue to fight with my brothers, my sisters. Continue to fight. Or, after this month, Prideful World won't fight for first place anymore. My courage is very likely to be exhausted this month. Today's update, in the evening, my waist is very uncomfortable. After posting this update, I will go out for a massage. Tonight's update will be updated. Today's update is still the same. Say to my brothers and sisters, I beg for votes. Chapter 2037. The few old men who negotiated with Chu Yang were so angry that their eyes turned blue. Even when the negotiation was over, they still looked at Chu Yang with eyes that wished they could swallow him whole. This fellow was really too difficult to deal with. He was practically a miser. Trying to take advantage of him was harder than ascending to the heavens. I really have to hand it to the Li clan. Every one of you is a miser. Every one of you is a top-notch, veteran troublemaker. Trying to take advantage of all of you is harder than ascending to the heavens. Chu Yang started to take advantage of the situation seriously. He said in grief and indignation, all of you have taken advantage of me. I've suffered a huge loss in this negotiation. This sentence made the few old men who were almost exhausted from negotiating with him earlier spit out a mouthful of blood in unison. Who exactly was the troublemaker here? Who was the one who had suffered a huge loss? You must speak with a conscience. One of the old men's fingers trembled. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Tongtian. Since we've finished negotiating the terms and the matter has already been settled, there's no point in saying anything more. Li Tongtian said bluntly, next, we should also arrange for Brother Z's accommodation. We want the best guest room for him first. Tomorrow afternoon, arrange for people to take care of his daily needs. Remember, Brother Z is going to be staying here for a long time. Choose the best resources, the best location, and the most skilled people. As for the maids, choose the best. This afternoon, everything related to Brother Z must be arranged properly. His identity token and so on must be in place. Since we're allies, we must make friends with the greatest sincerity. Only by showing our sincerity can we exchange it for sincerity. Li Tongtian said sanctimoniously. Tomorrow morning, select your best men and follow Brother Z to survey the purple crystal mine. As for us old fellows, we won't be accompanying you. However, there's something I have to say first. If there's anyone who's blind enough to offend Brother Z and make him angry, then this old man will definitely not forgive them. As an important figure in the Li clan's ancestral generation, Li Tongtian's words naturally carried great weight. After he finished speaking, he quickly and discreetly gave a look behind Chu Yang's back. This made the negotiators come to a realization. You bunch of fools. Do you really think you're negotiating with him? It's just a formality. As for the purple crystals, what's wrong with leaving them with him first? Isn't that just for us? Once the plan succeeded, how many purple crystals would he have saved? We'll take back as many purple crystals as we want. Furthermore, take his life as well. All the old men understood tacitly. Of course, Chu Yang knew what was going on. Li Tongtian's words were extremely beautiful, but there was a discrepancy in the timing. They would stay in the guest room for tonight. Tomorrow morning, he would send someone to accompany him to survey the purple crystal mine. Tomorrow afternoon, he would allocate resources for him. Yes, if he discovered that this successor of the purple crystal class did not have the ability or was unable to mine the purple crystal mine in the morning, then he could forget about allocating resources in the afternoon. He could forget about even thinking about his life. That afternoon, the Li clan members brought Chu Yang to stay in the guest room. Naturally, Chu Yang had to pretend to be angry and suffer a great loss. He went in with a straight face. The housekeeper of the Li clan wanted to follow him in to help him clean up, but he was slammed shut by Chu Yang. The housekeeper's nose was almost caught in the crack of the door. He couldn't help but get angry. What are you so arrogant for? If you can't produce results tomorrow, this old man will personally punish you. Chu Yang was undoubtedly worried about the same problem. The sword spirit was definitely able to mine the purple crystal mine. Besides, he had hit the jackpot this time. On one hand, it was to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, it was also to pave the way for Emo Tianji's future plans. However, the biggest problem was that sword spirits usually mined without making a sound. Nothing could be seen on the surface. The sword spirit would have finished mining. However, this obviously could not be done now because the Li clan wanted results. It had to be effective, and there had to be obvious progress. That was the only way. If there wasn't, his head would be rolling on the ground in an instant. On the surface, Chu Yang seemed to be deceiving them. He was full of lies and finally managed to sneak into the Li clan easily. However, in reality, this was the most dangerous situation Chu Yang had ever been in his life. This was not like when he was in Great Zhao. Back then, he could still move around freely and there were many cover systems. He could hide anywhere for 10 days to half a month. But now, his every move was under the surveillance of others. This was the core area of one of the great clans, their headquarters. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in a tragic death. There wasn't even the slightest chance of escaping. It could be said that Chu Yang was dancing on a tightrope above a cliff. Life and death were just a matter of swaying. Sword Spirit, how is it? Are you confident? Chu Yang closed the door and immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space. The Sword Spirit revealed a strange expression and said, "There should be no problem." Chu Yang was relieved. "What level are you at now?" Chu Yang asked. "I've basically recovered completely. Now that I'm at your level, I can exert the cultivation of a peak third-grade supreme martial artist." There shouldn't be any problem. The Sword Spirit was very happy. There had never been a tribulation sword master who had improved so quickly. Even he was basking in the glory. "If we fight now, I can totally deal with those below the supreme grade." Chu Yang frowned and said, "But what is the difference between a 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist mean?" The moment he asked this question, the Sword Spirit also became distressed at once. There's really no way to explain this question clearly. Without experiencing it personally, it's very difficult to explain that subtle feeling. It's a kind of difference between transcendence and non-transcendence. The Sword Spirit pondered for a moment and said, "Look at Li Tongtian. Whether it's his expression or the way he walks, he's very calm. Even if it's a conspiracy, when it comes out of his mouth, it's also very casual. This is the strong foundation brought about by the difference between a celestial and a mortal. And Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, and so on, their expressions and aura are all very transcendental. This is also a kind of performance. Of course, when one reaches the level of Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya, it's another step. And this step is a step that allows one to return to one's true nature. Every action and action is not that kind of transcendence, but it brings out one's true nature, without hiding anything." The Sword Spirit's words were vague and obscure, but Chu Yang already understood. This was indeed an indescribable and unexplainable realm. Or rather, it was a foundation. Only with great power can one have confidence in oneself. Haven't you seen some of the big shots or super rich people in the society? They all carry a kind of certainty involuntarily, or rather, a kind of demeanor. All of them are unhurried and unhurried, as if they're neither dead nor alive. Whether they're officials or rich people, they all have this kind of confidence. As for the ordinary poor people, when they see these people, they can't help but feel inferior to them. This is it. It's just that the foundation of these people is money and power. But in Chu Yang's world, the foundation is cultivation. If these people still carry this kind of foundation when they arrive in Chu Yang's world, I reckon they'll transmigrate again in a matter of minutes. Cough. Stop nagging. I'm trying to catch up on the chapter. And so, Chu Yang began to practice. In the eyes of those people who had been closely monitoring this room, they saw a scene like this. They saw this successor of the Purple Crystal clan holding a piece of purple crystal in each hand and adopting a strange posture. His legs were spread apart, and he was squatting in a horse stance, as if he was taking a dump. He held the purple crystal in both hands and placed it in front of his heart, maintaining the unity of his 3 hearts. He looked down at his nose and entered a meditative state. Then, they saw a layer of faint purple energy emitting from the purple crystal, which was sucked into the nostrils of the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. After a long time, This successor of the purple crystal clan sighed. Looking at the 2 pieces of purple crystals in his hands, they had already turned into powder. Such a cultivation method was practically unheard of. Everyone used the acupoints on their palms to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe inside the purple crystal, but this successor of the purple crystal clan was really worthy of being called the successor of the purple crystal clan. To think that he actually used his nose. Several experts who were monitoring from different directions reported this observation at the same time. The experts of the Li clan discussed and studied it for a long time. All of them felt that this matter was extremely mysterious, and they couldn't understand it at all. It seemed like this was definitely a cultivation method unique to the Purple Crystal clan. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Someone knocked on the door. "Lord Z, may I know?" Chu Yang lay comfortably on the bed. In a daze, he cursed loudly. "Fuck! What are you knocking for? Are you dead? Can't you even let me sleep?" Outside, the clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua, was waiting with his hands behind his back. His face darkened. This bastard is really asking for a beating. The clan leader of the Li clan had originally wanted to show respect to the wise, but the moment he arrived, he was so infuriated by this sentence that he wanted to defecate. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Only the butler who was knocking on the door continued to wait angrily. After a long time, Chu Yang finally opened his clothes. Half of his chest was exposed as he opened the door. With sleepy eyes, he scolded, "What the hell is this? Don't you know the rules?" The butler was enraged, but he still suppressed his temper. "It's like this, Second Master. Second Master is currently waiting for Lord Z to head to the Purple Crystal Mine. So, it's a matter of bearing. It's a matter of self-restraint." Chu Yang was exasperated. "I'm right here and can't run away. Why is that second master of yours so anxious? Will he die if I wake him up for a while longer? Each and every one of them is so impetuous. No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan. It's because they are impetuous. Look at the Yi clan. What kind of self-restraint is that? Learn from them." The butler wished he could pick up a toilet bowl that had just been used and smash it over Chu Yang's head, but he still had to nod and bow. "Cough, cough. May Lord Z, please move. Wait, let me wash my face." Chu Yang was furious. He slammed the door shut. With a loud bang, the butler was thrown out of the room while covering his nose. By the time Chu Yang arrived at the main hall, an hour had already passed. "Brother Z, have you slept well?" Li Wuhai, the second master of the Li clan, asked with a fake smile. "What big shot? He actually caused him to wait here for more than 2 hours?" Chu Yang raised his eyes. What's the matter? Breakfast hasn't been arranged yet? You actually want to eat breakfast?" Li Wuhai almost choked to death. He waved his hand. "Serve Lord Z breakfast." "Lord Z, I like this title." Chu Yang sat down boldly. When breakfast was served, he ate to his heart's content until his belly was round and round. Only then did he pat his stomach and stand up. Looking at everyone whose eyes were spitting fire, he said, "What are you all waiting for? Aren't you going to see the Purple Crystal Mine? Why aren't you leading the way? Do you still need an outsider like me to lead the way? All of you are so dumb. How can you not care about such an important matter at all? No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan." Li Wuhai held his breath. "Brother Z, please. I'll lead the way." "That's right." Chu Yang followed behind him, grumbling endlessly. "Say, your Li clan? The higher-ups don't pay attention to it, the higher-ups don't care about it, and the lower-ups don't care about it. As a whole, it's like a plate of loose sand. Why is it like this? It's actually listed as one of the great clans. This is really strange to me. If I were to participate in the ranking of the great clans, it would definitely be listed as the #1 great clans in the past 10,000 years. Chapter 2038. After this incident, everyone knew that this Master Z had a very bad temper, and he was hard to please. One wrong word, and he would be fiercely reprimanded on the spot. And this Master Z never cared who was in front of him. Even the second brother of the clan master, the second master of the Li clan, was scolded like a child by him. Whether they were convinced or not, At least on the surface, all of them were more well-behaved. Chu Yang's unbridled behavior had a good effect, and this effect would definitely continue. All the way until Chu Yang completed his goal and left, the effect this time would be present throughout the entire process. Walk faster. Dilly-dallying. How is this the look of someone who is doing something big? Chu Yang urged impatiently. Li Wuhai gritted his teeth so hard that he wanted to shatter them. He immediately flew up. You want to be fast? I'll pull you until you're nowhere to be seen. He didn't expect to receive this Master Zi's praise. This speed is more like it. And this Master Z actually didn't lag behind at all and kept up with him. Finally, they reached the purple crystal mine. Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp. This was a huge mountain. To be precise, this was the foot of the huge mountain where the Li clan gathered. The entire mountain was surrounded by the buildings of the Li clan, and on the side of the mine, there were no trees within 100 miles. One could see the bottom of the mountain at a glance, and there was even a tall wall that was more than 100 feet tall blocking the way. On the wall, there was a sentry tower every 30 feet, keeping a close watch on the movements inside. Not to mention humans, even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave that could accommodate 20 carriages side by side. Countless people were going in and out. Everyone who came out carried a basket on their backs. Inside were densely packed with purple crystals. After a supervisor checked the quantity and recorded it down, they went in again. Another cave at the side. This was obviously the storeroom. It was even more massive. The surroundings were even more heavily guarded. There were actually more than 10 supreme martial artists guarding the place. And this was just on the surface. There was no telling how many more were hidden in the dark. After all, this was where the true core of the Li clan was located. Looking at those shiny purple items being carried out one by one and placed into that huge storeroom, Chu Yang once again felt that he was really a pauper. This was what a rich man should be like. Based on a rough estimate, if the warehouse was filled to the brim, it could easily fit several billion. There were already several people waiting in front of the cave. They were the current clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua. Seeing Chu Yang's arrival, several people came forward to greet him. Lord Z, this is my big brother. Li Wuhai snorted. He reminded, my big brother is the current clan leader of the Li clan. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he went forward to greet him enthusiastically. He grabbed Li Wubua's hand and said, Oh my, clan leader Li Ha, I've heard so much about you, and it's my honor to meet you today. Sure enough, Clan Head Li's reputation was not as good as meeting him in person, but meeting him in person was even better than hearing about him. She was indeed a valiant and pure overlord. A heroic man. Now that I've met Patriarch Li, I finally understand why the Li clan is one of the dominant clans in the heavenly realm. Impressive, impressive. Li Wubua's face froze. No matter how thick-skinned he was still dizzy from all the flattery. Li Wuhai, who was at the side, was even more shocked. So the arrogance of this bastard only varies from person to person. When he saw him, he was so arrogant, but when he saw his big brother, he was so enthusiastic that it was unbearable. You're too kind, Lord Z. Li Wubua smiled and said, We're going to be a family in the future. You should be more casual, Lord Z. That's right, that's right. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. I wonder what's wrong with this purple crystal mine? He pointed at the people who were carrying baskets of purple crystals out. Isn't this place rich in resources? From the looks of it, the mining is also very smooth. It is indeed very smooth. Brother Z, there's something you don't know. Li Wubua sighed. 3,000 feet below this place is a densely packed purple crystal mine. The size of the mine is immeasurable. Basically, for every 100 stones mined, there are close to 4 to 5 purple crystals. Chu Yang was speechless. Such a high ratio of crystals. That's absolutely terrifying. However, if the mining continued like this, wouldn't this mountain have collapsed long ago? It was common knowledge that purple crystals were usually hidden in rocks. When the rocks were mined, specialized people would have to use the purple crystal sanding hands to carefully polish the rocks before extracting the purple crystals. During this process, if the purple crystals were to be damaged, the spiritual energy of the universe would be lost to a large extent. Generally speaking, for a purple crystal mine, if 5 out of 1,000 stones mined contained purple crystals, it could already be considered a super purple crystal mine. However, this purple crystal mine of the Li clan was actually able to produce a yield of 1,000 stones from other purple crystal mines. It was practically inconceivable. No wonder the Li clan stayed here and refused to leave. This is where the problem lies. Li Wubwa laughed bitterly and said, "We've been mining for 10,000 years, but we've only been mining the periphery. Moreover, the deeper we go, the less purple crystals there are left." However, what's depressing is that in the middle of this purple crystal mine, there's a super purple crystal mine, but we can't break through its exterior and mine it. It's only this piece that supports the entire mountain from the bottom to the top. No matter how we dig, it won't collapse even if we don't put up any defenses. There's actually such a thing? Chu Yang frowned. Even supreme martial artists can't mine it? Li Wubwa sighed. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break it. Chu Yang's expression became solemn. For 10,000 years, the purple crystals mined by the Li clan are more than billions. However, all of them are of the same quality, the most ordinary purple crystals. There's not even a single purple crystal core. And in that part that can't be broken through, even the lowest quality is purple crystal core. At this point, Li Wubwa sighed. Every time such a problem was brought up, all the higher-ups of the Li clan would have the urge to vomit blood. Such a situation was just like a bunch of paupers guarding a mountain of gold. They clearly knew that moving a stone from this mountain of gold would make them a tycoon, but they couldn't even scrape off a single bit of it. One could only imagine how dejected they were. "I'll go in and take a look." With a solemn expression, Chu Yang said, "I don't know if I can break it open. This is the first time that even our Purple Crystal clan has encountered such a situation. A low-grade supreme martial artist should be able to twist star iron and nightmare steel into a fried dough twist easily. There's actually a stone here that even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break. What kind of stone can it be?" As he spoke, he was about to walk in. Cough, cough, Brother Z. To enter this purple crystal mine, you have to check your body thoroughly. Furthermore, you can't bring any storage equipment in, Li Wubwa said rather embarrassedly. "Oh, yes, there's such a rule." Chu Yang readily accepted his advice. He took off that empty storage ring that had no other purpose other than to fool others and handed it to the elder guarding the purple crystal mine. Then, he allowed them to search his body. After confirming that there was nothing on him other than a set of clothes. "Brother Z, please don't blame me," Li Wubwa apologized with a smile. "It's all right. These are the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules," Chu Yang said magnanimously. "What's wrong with that? I have the tribulation space with me. Its capacity is 10,000 times larger than that of a storage ring." After entering the cave, he actually felt a wave of warmth. After walking in for a while, a huge space suddenly appeared. Countless people were working here. The sound of grinding could be heard everywhere. All the purple crystal ores that had been mined were placed here. Here, there were a total of 1,000 people who were skilled in the art of sanding, cutting open the rocks and extracting the purple crystals. They first used their large sabers to hack off the corners of the rocks. Then, they cut the rocks piece by piece as if they were cutting threads. If they didn't find anything, they would continue cutting until the rock was completely sliced into pieces. Then, they would proceed to the next piece. If they found faint traces of purple within the rock, they would start to use their sanding hands to slowly work on it. When a piece of purple crystal was completely extracted, the rock would also turn into powder. After all, these ores were very strange. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to determine which piece would contain purple crystals. The purple crystals that had been mined were placed separately. The shattered rocks and rock powder were immediately cleaned up and transported out. The entire process was done in an orderly manner. Only the loud noises didn't stop from beginning to end. This process was very slow. However, with 1,000 people working together, it was also very fast. There were only a dozen people in charge of transporting the purple crystals out. They almost didn't stop. When they went out and came in again, There was already a huge basket of hundreds of pieces. In the depths of the cave, there were more than a dozen spacious passages. Large carts of huge rocks were continuously transported out. These were the raw ores. Brother Z, what do you think? Li Wubwa introduced. From here, there are a total of 18 passages into the purple crystal mine. After going deeper into each passage, there are nearly 100 more tunnels. Every day, there are no less than 30,000 people working here. It's all right. It's just that the efficiency is a little low. Chu Yang nodded lightly. A little low? Li Wubwa almost couldn't catch his breath. This was already the fastest and most efficient method. You actually said that it was low? Chu Yang walked up to a huge pile of raw ores. He reached out and placed his hand on it. Then, he shook his head and said, "There are no purple crystals in this piece." He raised his hand and smashed the raw ore into pieces. Indeed, there was nothing inside. Then, he placed another piece on it. Still nothing. He smashed it again. After 3 pieces, it was the 4th piece. "There are purple crystals in this piece. Bring me a knife." He took the knife casually. With 4 slashes, a complete piece of purple crystal was cut out. Purple light flashed. There was actually no damage at all. The entire process left the Li clan members dumbfounded. Chu Yang threw down the knife. Pursing his lips, he said very pretentiously, "This is called high efficiency." Li Wubwa's eyes immediately lit up like searchlights. Brother Z is indeed the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan. Everyone's eyes were wide open. These purple crystal raw ores that no one had ever seen through since ancient times were actually as transparent in the hands of this person? What a terrifying ability! Chapter 2039. On a snowy plain, Chu Yang took the lead, carrying Lang Ailong on his back as he advanced rapidly. Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjie, and the other 2 followed closely behind him. Up until now, they hadn't even had the time to exchange a single word with each other. The scenery on both sides flashed by continuously like shadows. Chu Yang's whereabouts were extremely strange. If not for Wei Wuyan and the others following closely behind, they would have lost track of him in almost the blink of an eye. The 4 officers followed closely behind, their faces full of grief and indignation. They had deliberately followed behind so that if the enemy caught up to them again, they would imitate the previous 4 and self-destruct to stop the enemy. They were all experts. After hastily treating their injuries and stopping the bleeding, they used traceless snow again. With a swoosh, they actually didn't leave a single trace behind in this snowy plain. Hold your breath. Even if you're suffocated to death, you must at least breathe when you're about to die. Chu Yang said in a low voice as he flew rapidly. No one made a sound, but their eyes showed that they had heard him. Everyone understood that Chu Yang's words were the key to whether they would succeed in escaping or not. Everyone had already sealed off all traces of their aura. Under such circumstances, only the sound, heat, and smell of their breathing would become the only things that the enemy could track them down. As long as they pulled away from the enemy's line of sight in the early stages of escaping, then held their breath and cut off all possible channels for information to leak out, they would be able to gain a period of time. And this extra period of time would be the key to whether they would succeed in escaping or not. This period of time would be the real battle of wits and courage. How to escape from the enemy's base camp required extremely precise planning. If they didn't even have this period of time to plan, then that would be the real tragedy. There would be absolutely no hope of escaping. One could imagine that once they lost track of them, the Li clan would definitely mobilize all their clansmen. Even if they had to turn the entire Northwest upside down, they would definitely not let them leave. If news of them assaulting the master of the law enforcement interrogation hall were to spread, it would definitely be the Li clan's nightmare if it reached the law enforcement hall. As Chu Yang advanced rapidly, he dispersed his internal energy to dissipate and eliminate the breath of the unconscious Lang along on his back and the smell of blood on his body. Everyone followed Chu Yang as they fled at high speed. After running at full speed without breathing for a full 6 hours, everyone felt as if their lungs were about to explode from being suffocated. He felt like he had gone around in circles. Finally, a plane appeared in front of him. The flat terrain created a flat snowfield. It was as far as the eye could see. If he were to escape on such a plain, he would definitely be seen by the enemy. But Chu Yang did not hesitate to leap forward. Carrying Lang along on his back, he entered this snowfield. Behind him, Wei Wuyan and the others followed without hesitation. The 4 officers hesitated for a moment before finally following him, although he didn't understand Chu Yang's intentions. However, the chief was on his back, so he had no choice but to follow. In the next breath, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and stood on the flat snowy plains. Everyone was about to ask questions. However, Chu Yang waved his hand and pointed at his closed mouth, indicating that he shouldn't speak or pant. The next moment, Chu Yang's feet silently sank into the snow. Then, he continuously struck out with his hands, and the snow on the ground suddenly separated into 2 sides. The black ground was exposed. The snow that was separated to the 2 sides looked like it was overlapping with the snow layer, but in reality, Chu Yang had used his internal energy to hold it in place and keep it suspended in the air. Then, Chu Yang made a hole in the black ground. Under the snow was the frozen layer. After the frozen layer melted, the soil underneath became soft and loose. Chu Yang made a hole in a very short time. Then, he pointed downwards. Realization dawned on everyone, and they hurriedly entered. Chu Yang stayed at the back. Very carefully, he channeled his internal energy and quietly moved the snow layer that was originally being held up. The moment he blocked the entrance of the hole, the frozen block that was originally separated was held up by Chu Yang above his head and stuck there. At once, the hole became pitch black. Don't breathe. Make a hole first. The deeper, the better. Chu Yang hurriedly said a few words. Now that things had come to this point, they could only listen to him first. Even the weakest among them was a first-grade supreme martial artist. It was really too easy for them to make a hole in the soil. Take note, don't keep accumulating the soil. Try to keep it intact and put it behind you. I'll handle the rest. Chu Yang said hurriedly. In this way, everyone made a hole in the front while Chu Yang was at the back. He quietly wrapped the soil that everyone made with their internal energy and carried it towards the entrance of the hole. Then, he gently plugged it up. Then, he used his internal energy to carefully tamp it down. This was done so that even if the enemy really lifted up the ground to search, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of digging at this part of the hole. Chu Yang worked attentively. He always paid attention to leaving a hair-thin gap on the surface for the purpose of air circulation. Chu Yang didn't forget that if they were completely plugged up, these people would probably suffocate themselves to death deep underground. Because until now, no one had taken a breather. This cycle repeated again and again. Finally, when everyone really couldn't hold it in anymore, Chu Yang finally showed mercy and said, "You can take a breather now." At this time, they were at least 400 to 500 feet away from the ground. As if they had received a great kindness from the emperor, everyone let out a long breath at the same time. Then, they hurriedly took a deep breath. Although they still didn't dare to pant too hard, the fresh air that entered their lungs gave everyone a feeling of rebirth at the same time. Although the air in this deep underground wasn't very pleasant, who would still care about the smell now? It was already good enough that they could take a breather. But they only took 2 breaths before Chu Yang said again, "Don't pant anymore. Continue digging. We have to dig at least another few hundred feet deep." Everyone almost cried. Wasn't this too inhumane? Even their breathing had to be controlled. But everyone understood what Chu Yang meant. What they didn't understand at first, they finally understood after coming to this hole. If they just kept running, even if everyone had 10 times more stamina than now, they would still be caught sooner or later. Therefore, finding a place to hide was the best strategy. But in this northwest region, there was probably no hiding place that even the Li clan couldn't find. Therefore, Chu Yang simply made use of a blind spot in everyone's thinking, hiding directly on the flattest plain where no one could hide. This was a blind spot. Even if the Li clan chased all the way here and saw this plain, they would only be able to sweep past it. No one would think that there was someone hiding here. As long as they left this place, even if they reacted and wanted to look back again, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. This was the smartest method. Chu Yang didn't allow them to breathe, and didn't allow their divine senses to probe. All these steps were all for this moment. Although this method still had a fatal drawback, for the time being, it was already the safest method. Finally, everyone slowly stopped digging. Exhausted, they leaned against the cave wall and lay down, panting heavily. They could finally heave a sigh of relief. Chu Yang carefully processed the last batch of soil. Only then did he finally heave a sigh of relief and put Lang Yilong down, panting heavily. Throughout this entire process, Chu Yang was undoubtedly the most tired. If not for the treasure that was the tribulation dimension, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Right now, the other 8 people were looking at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a monster. This fellow had carried someone on his back throughout the entire process, and his workload was even several times that of the rest. He actually managed to hold on? Such a godly person was indeed worthy of worship. Is Master Lang all right? The 4 officers looked at the unconscious Lang Yilong with concern. He's fine for the time being, Chu Yang panted. However, his purple crystal resurrection technique has already depleted his life force completely. Once he wakes up, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. He was on the run just now. He had already swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy pill for Lang Yilong a long time ago. His injuries weren't a big problem for the time being, but the depletion of his life force was indeed a big problem. The 4 officers hung their heads deeply with sorrowful looks on their faces. They felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. We'll have to stay here for at least 3 days or more. Chu Yang took a breath and changed the topic. He said solemnly, especially the 4 of you. You must return alive. He said to the 4 officers. The 4 of them nodded slowly. They said solemnly, that's right. We must bring this news back to the law enforcement city. The 4 of them gritted their teeth at the same time, deep hatred in their eyes. Li Clan. Li Clan. Chu Yang nodded slowly. That's right. You must bring this news back. The 4 of them nodded deeply. After a long while, the 4 of them finally looked up abruptly. They looked at Chu Yang with some astonishment. May I know who you are? We are deeply grateful that you stepped forward to help us in our time of need. Please tell us your name, so that we can always be grateful to you for your kindness. Chu Yang leaned against the cave wall tiredly and lay down. He stretched his legs and smiled somewhat strangely. Well, it's better that you don't know my name. Even under such harsh conditions, Chengduiying almost burst out laughing when he heard the strange emotions in Chu Yang's strange voice and thought of the reason behind it. Why? The 4 of them were very curious. Our benefactor saved all of us. Shouldn't we know your name? Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Cough, because cough, if you know my name, it'll be very difficult for you. What's difficult for us? The 4 of them were even more puzzled. Your words have really made us even more curious. Chu Yang spread out his hands. Because we're enemies. He paused for a while and said straightforwardly, I'm the person whom you law enforcement officers have announced to the world to capture during this period of time. I'm also the extraterrestrial demon that you're talking about, Chu Yang. Huh. The 4 of them were really dumbfounded at this moment. Extraterrestrial demon, Chu Yang? This person who saved them and Master Lang was actually the legendary extraterrestrial demon who committed all kinds of evil. Chu Yang? Chu Yang touched his nose helplessly and smiled bitterly. Look at me. I'm so handsome. Which part of me looks like an extraterrestrial demon? Begging for monthly votes. I wanted to write 5 chapters today, but I really can't. I overestimated my typing speed. Chapter 2040. On the second night of Chu Yang's successful escape from the Li clan, the maids who were waiting outside suddenly heard a weak moan coming from inside. Could it be that Lord Z has woken up? Then if we go in now, can we? Just as he was hesitating, he heard a thud from inside, as if someone had fallen off the bed. Then, another voice sounded, Io, my mother, who stuffed me under the bed. Then, it was followed by a series of moaning. Then, another voice said, Why am I lying here? Where is this? The people outside were confused. What's going on? Then, a scream was heard. I. Where is my who? Where's my beard? Oh my God. Who knocked me out? Who stole my beard? The few people outside looked at each other. They were speechless. Your beard. Who stole it? Could it be that it was something good? Then, everyone reacted at once. Wasn't this the voice of the old physician who claimed to have gone out to gather herbs? Why, just as they thought of this, they heard a series of noises coming from inside. Then, they saw a person crawling out. Lying on the ground, he raised his head and asked tearfully, "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. Wasn't this the younger of the two physicians who came that day? Hadn't he been taking care of Lord Z inside for more than a day? Although no sound came out, everyone was in awe of his professionalism when he didn't eat or drink for more than a day. Why did he become like this now? Then, another rustling sound came from inside. Another person crawled out. Lying at the door, he raised his head and asked, "What's going on? Where's my beard?" The moment the maids saw him, they were collectively petrified. Pairs of pretty eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets at this moment. Wasn't this the old physician who had gone out to gather herbs? What's going on? His chin was bald and there wasn't a single strand of his beautiful beard left. The number was relatively small. Everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, a scream rang through the night sky. Useless. Two useless pieces of trash. Li Wubua was so angry that his nose was crooked. He glared at the two physicians in front of him as if he wanted to eat them alive. Where are they? Where did they go? You two are dead. A heavily injured living person has disappeared under your eyes for 2 days, and you two are still sleeping? The doctor was in a daze. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened. That's right. Where is he? Where did Lord Z go? His injuries are very serious. Another person tried to explain. We didn't sleep, Li Wubua shouted. Shut up. Immediately, the two of them kept quiet out of fear. Say something. You two bastards. What exactly is going on? Li Wubua was so furious that his hair was about to stand on end. Fuck. I told you guys to keep an eye on him. Now that he's gone, what's going to happen to my purple crystal mine? The two of them shuddered and cursed inwardly. You just told us to shut up a moment ago, and now you're blaming us for not saying anything. Which one should we listen to? You're too hard to please. Trembling with fear, he recounted the entire matter to Li Wubua. However, the more Li Wubua listened, the more confused he became. The more he listened, the more frustrated he became. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Stop talking. You two idiots. Are you trying to piss me off to death? The two doctors were so aggrieved that they wanted to die. Do you want me to say it or not? Or do you want me to say it? Could it be that an outsider took advantage of this opportunity when Zi Xiaoyan was seriously injured to injure our men and kidnap Zi Xiaoyan? Li Tongtian asked with a frown. Impossible. Li Wubua rejected it without hesitation. I've arranged for a total of 8 supreme martial artists in the vicinity. 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists. If something like that really happened, they definitely wouldn't have not heard anything. He smiled viciously. Since we've already decided on the follow-up plan, how could we not have taken precautions? Clanmaster, if he wasn't kidnapped by the enemy. From this, it seems that Zi Xiaoyan probably took advantage of this opportunity to escape. But if that's the case, then there's a prerequisite. First of all, there had to be a prerequisite, and that was that his injuries were fake. Fake? But why? Beside him, an elderly man with a white beard said as he stroked his beard. The chief doctor, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at his beard enviously. So I have one too. Oh, it's gone in one night, Li Wubua said irritably. But why did he want to escape? We don't know. That elderly man frowned. This is really strange. If he leaves now, he'll only lose 4 million purple crystals from the Li clan. That's all. And he didn't gain anything himself. Speaking of didn't gain anything, Li Wubua suddenly shuddered. He muttered to himself, didn't gain anything? If he didn't gain anything, will he leave? He stood up and paced back and forth. If he left on his own, then there's only one explanation. he doesn't want to work with us. Since he doesn't want to work with us, then he must have come here to get something. And then he'll leave after scamming us. If he pretended to be injured, he would be like a fish in water in the Lee clan. If he didn't get anything, he definitely wouldn't leave. Since he left, then he must have gotten something. But what did he get? After saying this long string of tongue-twisting words, Li Wubua's expression became more and more unpleasant. If he wanted to get something, he could only get it from a place that he had been to before. And during this period of time, under our strict surveillance, he only went back and forth between this place and the Purple Crystal Mine. There's nothing here, so he won't get it either. Then, the only possibility is, following Li Wubua's deduction, everyone's faces turned snow-white. Not bothering to punish the two physicians, Li Wubua suddenly stood up and hurriedly walked out. Go to the Purple Crystal Mine. Everyone followed suit. In a flash, all of them were gone. The two physicians climbed to their feet in a daze. Scratching their heads, they were confused. Why couldn't they understand what the clan master said just now? All the supreme martial artists flew at the highest speed possible. They were practically as fast as lightning. In an instant, they arrived at the Purple Crystal Mine and barged in aggressively. When Li Qinglu received the news, he put on a coat and rushed over barefooted. Clanmaster, what happened? What happened? Li Wubua's sharp eyes looked at him. You don't know? Li Qinglu was dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion. I. Should I know? Li Wubua frowned. Nothing happened in the mine? Li Qinglu was even more confused. Huh, nothing. The purple crystals weren't stolen? Li Wubua frowned. Definitely not. Li Qinglu stood at attention. I guarantee it with my head. What the fuck are you guaranteeing? Li Wubua couldn't take it anymore and cursed. He waved his hand irritably. Open the storeroom. He could tell that this was also a daydream. He couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Why couldn't they find a few people who could come up with strategies in such a big clan? Li Qinglu agreed and hurriedly led the way. The storeroom was opened. Looking at the purple crystals that were piled up like a mountain, everyone was speechless. Nothing happened. What exactly went wrong? This matter was really extremely strange. Li Qinglu smiled obsequiously. Clanmaster, all the purple crystals are here. Not a single one is missing. Li Wubua also started to scratch his head. Something must have happened, and it was definitely something big. But what exactly was the big thing? Why didn't they notice it at all? Not a single strand of hair was missing from the entire clan. Could it be that Zi Xiaoyan was purely making a fool out of them? But since he had put in so much effort to do this, how could he possibly do that? Cough, but it's also strange. In these 2 days, the mining of purple crystals has become easier and the mining volume has increased greatly. It's as if the stones have softened. Li Qinglu chuckled. This is great news. The stones have softened? Li Wubua's eyes focused. He turned around abruptly, his eyes shining. Yes. Li Qinglu nodded repeatedly, a confused smile on his face. Li Wubua frowned and paced around slowly. He activated his cultivation to investigate. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Why do I feel that the spiritual energy of the universe here has become scarce? Everyone didn't notice it. They only started to activate their energy to absorb the spiritual energy after hearing his words. All of them couldn't help but be surprised. That's strange. It's really. This place had always been the place where spiritual energy was the most concentrated and inexhaustible. But when they activated their energy this time, they clearly discovered that not only was the spiritual energy less, it was also impure and different from before. Let's go into the mine. The ominous feeling in Li Wubua's heart grew stronger and stronger. Everyone hurried into the mine and came to the front of the water tank-sized hole that Lord Z had mined. They took a closer look but couldn't find any clues. There's no problem. Li Qinglu, who had a coat draped over his shoulders, took the opportunity to reach up his sleeves. There's no problem. Li Wubua went up and placed his hand close to that huge, cylindrical column, activating his energy to sense it. But just as his palm touched it, before he could activate his energy, A small piece of rock suddenly fell down with a loud crash. With a loud crash, it fell in front of Li Wubua's feet and shattered into pieces. More than 10 supreme martial artists were dumbfounded at the same time. What was going on? Wasn't this cylindrical column difficult for even second-grade supreme martial artists to damage? How could it be? Li Wubua was still in disbelief. He reached out and tried to dig. With a loud crash, another piece of rock fell down. Li Wubua suddenly thought of a possibility. Suddenly, his whole body started to tremble. Looking at this water tank-sized hole, his breathing quickened and his eyes fixed on it. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar and struck out with his palm. Clanmaster, don't. Be careful not to be injured by the impact. Fuck. How did this happen? Oh my god. The supreme martial artists were in the midst of reminding Li Wubua, but what happened the next moment made them all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2041. Don't force you to make a move? Make everyone look bad? Haha. A man in white laughed mockingly and said coldly, I'd like to see how you can make us look bad. How dare you threaten the Li clan? Even I admire your guts. Yes, just based on this sentence of yours, it's a capital offense. Everyone at the side interrupted. We didn't want to deal with you at first, but you actually spoke rudely. They were clearly the ones who were blocking the road and robbing them, but now, it became the other party who had offended them. In the blink of an eye, justice was in their hands again. You're really distorting the truth. Chu Yang said angrily and sullenly. Is there still justice in this world? In this northwest region, the Li clan is the justice. A man in white laughed and waved his hand. Go. Settle this as soon as possible. 5 men in white rushed forward. The others were all smiling and holding their arms in front of them. 5 supreme martial artists dealing with 2 first-grade supreme martial artists was simply too easy, not to mention that there were so many people holding the fort. They were scared to death. Not only were they holding the fort, but the supreme martial artists also had the time to set up an aura field to block out all information and fighting sounds. They must not let the other 2 groups know that there was a fight here. Otherwise, if they came to help, how could they not see the purple crystal jade essence? There were already too many wolves and too little meat. If they came over, wouldn't that be too bad? 2 supreme martial artists were making a bet. One bet that the 2 of them could hold on for at most 10 breaths, while the other bet confidently, within 8 breaths. Indeed, as expected, Chu Yang and Wan Renjie tried their best to resist. They tried their best to curse and escape, but their bodies were covered with wounds in an instant. Under the joint attack of several supreme martial artists, the 2 of them had no way to fight back right from the start. Bam! Wan Renjie was hit by a palm and flew into the air with blood spurting out of his mouth. A white shadow flew up and hit Wan Renjie's back heavily. When he landed on the ground, Wan Renjie's body twitched twice and stopped moving. Then, the white shadow took down the bag on his back. He waited in his hand for a moment before a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Big brother, Chu Yang shouted in grief and indignation as he rushed over. But he was punched 3 times on the way. Then, he was kicked once. Then, he was hit twice with his palms. When he fell to the ground, he was almost unrecognizable. He twitched twice and muttered, even if I become a ghost, I won't. He had lost his aura. The eyes of the 4 officers who were watching from the top of the mountain seemed to be spitting fire. They were about to rush out. However, he was stopped by Wei Wuyan and the others. Calm down. They are just a ploy. How can they just throw their lives away for nothing? One of the officers retorted angrily, Bullshit. They are supreme being level cultivators. There's nothing fake about the current battle at all. They are truly injured. How can they fake it like this? Wei Wuyan and the others were also uneasy. However, they still held onto the 4 officers with their unlimited trust in them. Over there, the 2 bags had already been opened, revealing more than 20 pieces of purple crystal jade essence. They emitted an enchanting radiance as they were exposed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with intoxication. Cough. I'll only take 4 pieces of these jade essences. It's not a lot, right? The leading man in white moved like the wind. He had already grabbed the 4 largest pieces and said sanctimoniously, "You can split the rest among yourselves." Everyone curled their lips. How much is there in total? And you're only taking 4 pieces? There are 30 of us here. It seems that there are only 22 pieces of jade essence. If you take 4 pieces at once, what should we do? Cough. Since Big Brother has only taken 4 pieces, I can't take more. Another man in white said, I'll take 3 pieces. Immediately, someone said, Second Brother, how can you be so shameless? Big Brother is the leader. It's natural for him to take 4 pieces. But what right do you have to take 3 pieces? This second brother said, just because all of you have to call me Second Brother. Is that okay? Seeing that this man took another 3 pieces, the person who spoke just now said angrily, since Second Brother has also taken 3 pieces, I, as the third brother, can't take more than Second Brother. I'll take 3 pieces too. The next moment, a few hands reached out at the same time. Dream on. Immediately, they started tearing. In an instant, the jade essence in the bags disappeared without a trace. Only 2 empty bags were left flying in the air. 7 to 8 supreme martial artists were too slow. There was nothing left. Who? Who took it? Hand it over. Instantly, 7 to 8 people were furious. Especially those who had fought just now. They felt that they were at a disadvantage. Did we do all this for nothing? We didn't get anything at all? Immediately, some laughed, some made a fuss. Everyone quarreled endlessly. Beside them, the 20 martial saint experts looked at each other. Even the supreme martial artists worked so hard for nothing. Looks like the few of us have even less of a chance. They couldn't help but feel a little self-pity. But how could there be fairness in this world? Looking at the few supreme martial artists who were sharing the loot with red faces, they could only be envious. They didn't even have the right to say anything. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly flashed. This ray of white light was completely unexpected. Everyone had just killed a strong enemy and taken the treasure. Just when they were in high spirits and feeling aggrieved because they didn't get a share of the treasure, no one thought that there would be a surprise attack at this moment, and in a situation where there was no one else within a radius of dozens of miles. Who would have thought that the 2 corpses underground would actually rise up and attack? Before Chu Yang got up, he had already flashed his calamity sword. Then, he rushed out swiftly. In less than a blink of an eye, a ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. So what if the world is slaughtered? A sharp will buried deep will never change. A gathering of wind and clouds will be the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous since ancient times. A wind and clouds from east to west. In short, he used all the sword moves that he could use in this period of time. His target was the group of supreme martial artists. On the other side, Wan Renjie suddenly rose up. Divine Sword, Inyang Bridge. His target was the group of martial saints. L.B. RNG. Once you see Inyang Bridge, you will use Inyang Bridge. Once you see Inyang Bridge, you will cross Inyang Bridge. There was also a half-solid black shadow that also held a long sword that was shining with black light. Like a ghost, it rushed out. It was the sword spirit. At this moment, it was using its own body to participate in the battle. And at this moment, the whole area was still covered by the aura field that the few supreme martial artists had set up to shield their auras. No sound could be transmitted out. If the few supreme martial artists knew that they had set up this aura field to make it convenient for others to kill them, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life and die again. Suddenly, something happened. Chu Yang's calamity sword was silent, but as fast as lightning. Poof, poof, poof. 7 people were cut into 2 by his sword. He had already rushed to the center of the crowd. Without stopping, he stabbed and dashed forward. But at this moment, with a shake of his sleeves, a gust of colorless and odorless smoke flew out to both sides. The target was accurate. There were 3 supreme martial artists on each side. Their noses were attacked by this gas. They were panting and arguing with each other. This kind of colorless and odorless gas was really too convenient. The next moment, the sword spirit's ghost body just happened to rush here. With a poof, it used its unique divine spirit power to seal this person's mouth and nose. Then, another gust of divine spirit power rushed in fiercely, splitting into different parts and wantonly destroying this person's brain. In an instant, this person's brain was smashed into pieces like tofu. Poof, poof, poof. Blood splattered everywhere. Another two supreme martial artists were cut in half at the waist. Chu Yang was already in front of the boss. This boss's pupils had just widened in horror when he sensed the incoming enemy when the blood-stained sword edge was already in front of him. Terrified, he retreated to the side. Like a shadow, Chu Yang chased after him relentlessly. His sword light was still sharp and fierce, but the divine light in his eyes was even sharper and more merciless than the sword light. The sword light flashed. This boss didn't have time to shout and had to attack first. As long as he blocked it first, he would be able to give a long warning. He didn't believe that he couldn't buy a little bit of time even at the cost of his severe injuries. But in the end, he didn't manage to. With a smack, his sword shattered like tofu in front of the Calamity Sword. Then, that deadly sword stabbed into his chest. The sword aura that rushed in swiftly and violently crushed all his internal organs in an instant. His body fell limply to the ground. His mouth opened as if he wanted to scream, but he could no longer make a sound. There was only endless regret in his eyes. His last bit of sanity told him that these two people could very well be Lang Ilong's men. So this was a trick. But how could he have been so naive as to fall for it? Chu Yang charged out without stopping. Then, he turned back like a thunderbolt. His sword carried wind and thunder as he entered the group of martial saint experts again in an instant. By this time, Wan Renjia had already killed 11 people after he went on a rampage. There were still some people whose faces were filled with horror and despair. A few of them were about to cry out, but before they could cry out, Chu Yang had already arrived at lightning speed. His sword pierced into their mouths like a venomous snake. Then, one of their heads exploded. His sword had already reached another person's mouth. Smack, 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 smack. A few heads exploded like watermelons under a sledgehammer. The last person had just taken a step forward when Wan Renjia's sword had already pierced his back and Chu Yang's sword had also entered his throat on the other side. The bodies controlled by the sword spirit swayed and made noises from their throats. They were the most miserable. They watched as their subordinates died one by one, but they were first poisoned by the innate poison and then had their mouths and noses sealed by a strange soul, unable to make a sound. They could only wait for death helplessly. At this moment, they finally reached the last moment of their lives. One by one, they fell down. Their bodies twitched, and then there was no more sound. According to the sword spirit's precise calculation, the entire process, from beginning to end, was definitely not more than half the time of a blink of an eye. In terms of our time, it was half a second. 30 experts had turned into 30 corpses. Firstly, it was because of the plan. Secondly, it was because of the sharpness of the Calamity Sword. Thirdly, it was because of the suddenness of the matter. Fourthly, it was because of the ferocity of the poisonous fog. Fifthly, it was because Chu Yang's cultivation was already higher than these people. These people were all first-grade supreme martial artists, but Chu Yang was a sword supremacy who was comparable to a third-grade supreme martial artist. He succeeded in one strike. Chu Yang waved his hand. On the mountain, Wei Wuyin and the others rushed over. Chapter 2042. The hazy night sky above his head seemed to be slowly lifted by a huge hand, revealing the blue sky. The ground beneath his feet was also slowly dyed with the glow of the sunset. But Chu Yang suddenly realized that the place he was in was completely different. The sky above his head was already illuminated, and the ground beneath his feet was also covered in light. But it was only in the vicinity of this mountain that he was in. Within a radius of several hundred feet, it was still dark. It was as if he was in a different dimension from the sky and the ground. The sky and the ground were already illuminated, but it was still night here. Chu Yang's breathing quickened. Where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises from the mountain pass. When the sky and the ground are illuminated, the night is cold and desolate. The scenery depicted by these 4 lines of the poem finally appeared clearly in front of Chu Yang. There was absolutely no mistake. This was the place that Lang Ilong was talking about, the place where purple crystals were densely packed, the place where fortune was abundant. Everything, everything, everything matched. Chu Yang's hands trembled a little, but his eyes continued to observe everything coldly and sharply. He had a clear premonition. The answer to the riddle was about to appear. Finally, at the moment when the sun rose above the horizon, a ray of purple light shot over from the eastern horizon, while a ray of clear light came from the bright moon in the west. As soon as the clear light appeared in the horizon, the bright moon set behind the mountain and could no longer be seen. But this ray of clear light still stubbornly penetrated this misty night. At the same time, the purple light also penetrated domineeringly. The clear light and the purple light intersected 50 feet in front of Chu Yang. At the moment when the 2 rays of light collided, the light suddenly lit up. The point of intersection lit up, and the original void disappeared. The surrounding mountain rocks slowly appeared, flashing. A passageway was revealed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang floated up like a feather and landed at this intersection. He slowly took 2 steps forward and entered this magical passageway. After the 2 rays of light led Chu Yang to a turn, they disappeared abruptly. Then, Chu Yang realized that he was already facing the south. The night fog that filled the sky had disappeared. Everything around him, everything was visible. In front of him, there was a straight passageway that led to a dark cave entrance. The sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, "I can feel it. I can feel the aura of the 5th segment of the Tribulation Sword." In his dantian, the first 5 segments of the Tribulation Sword buzzed and trembled at the same time. Sword intent. It violently swam around the sword's body. At the entrance of the cave, a faint purple color was about to spurt out. Chu Yang could already smell the scent of a purple crystal mine. Yes, the inside of this cave was unbelievably rich. Purple crystal aura. This place was definitely a super purple crystal mine. Perhaps it wasn't a purple crystal mine at all, but an entire purple crystal, pure purple crystal, amethyst land. It contained the sharp aura of the Calamity Sword. It was as if it wanted to cut through the pagoda mountain and fly out. The sword spirit urged, "Go in. Once you enter, you'll find the first section of the Calamity Sword." Chu Yang stopped at the entrance of the cave. He could feel the sword spirit's urgency. He could also feel the sword's desire. But now, he stopped in his tracks. If I go in now then I'll be able to obtain the Tribulation Sword fragment. If I obtain the second section of the Calamity Sword, the heavenly layer and the lower 3 heavens will return to normal. The Long clan would definitely send people to Iron Cloud to investigate. Then, is it because I went back quickly? Or was it the Long clan that went down faster? For me to obtain the Tribulation Sword, it would definitely take me some effort. Maybe half a day, 1 day, or even 3 days. But the Long clan was in the south of the continent, and there was a passageway to the lower 3 heavens there. They would be able to reach Iron Cloud within a day. I need to digest the Tribulation Sword fragment here, then break through the Yi clan's blockade and rush to the passageway, enter the passageway, return to the lower 3 heavens, and rush to Iron Cloud. Will I be able to make it in time? With this calculation, Chu Yang felt that he would be at least 3 days later than the Long clan. But at this time, not to mention 3 days, even if it was 1 day, 2 hours, or even just a blink of an eye, it would cause an irreparable regret for the rest of his life. Although he had already increased Tai Butyan's strength and arranged for Feng Qiliang, Chu Yang knew clearly that this bit of strength was not enough to go against the Long clan. Chu Yang frowned and stopped. He stopped at the entrance of the cave, beside the Tribulation Sword fragment that was within reach. And my brothers, it's already 3 days. It's hard to guarantee that no one will find out about our relationship. As long as there's even the slightest bit of suspicion, they're finished. Chu Yang frowned and looked up. He sent a telepathic message. "Elder Ning, can you hear me?" After a while, Ning Tianya's voice sounded. "What's the matter? Can you come over here for a while?" Chu Yang sent a telepathic message. After a while, Ning Tianya landed in the direction of Chu Yang's voice. Then, he exclaimed. What's going on? Following the sound, he landed in a void. However, the moment he saw Chu Yang, his eyes lit up and everything returned to normal. It's just a wonder of heaven and earth. There's no way to explain it, Chu Yang said briefly. What's the matter? Ning Tianyan naturally knew that there were many things on this pagoda mountain that couldn't be explained with logic. He didn't dwell on it anymore. Why are you in such a hurry? Is the sky about to collapse? Chu Yang laughed and said, That's right. To me, the sky is about to collapse. Ning Tianya was startled. Oh, Elder Ning, look at this cave entrance. Chu Yang pointed. Yes, I didn't find it before. Ning Tianya nodded. Then, he was shocked. Is this the cave where Yi Zue got the legacy of the extraterrestrial demon? No, Chu Yang said seriously. This is where I want to get the legacy. Ning Tianya wasn't stupid. He exclaimed, You're saying that the tribulation sword is inside? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Not only is there the tribulation sword, but it's also the most important part. Verse 1. This verse. Once I get it, I can immediately lead to the passage of all the heavens. Ning Tianya's expression turned serious. I see. But I'm very worried about this passage, Chu Yang said. I have brothers in the lower three heavens and lovers in the lower three heavens. In the Long clan, they seem to have confirmed the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master, although they can't be sure that it's me. But they know that the Emperor of the lower three heavens is the Tribulation Sword Master's woman. Ning Tianya was horrified. How can you be so careless? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Back then, who would have thought that something like this would happen? Back then, he only gave Tai Butian a life-saving item. Who would have thought that it would have such a huge impact? Therefore, the Lan clan had already arranged for a few supreme martial artists to wait in Iron Cloud along with the Grand Duke of the Lan clan, Lan Ruo. Chu Yang said, But the last time I went down, I killed all of them. Ning Tianya's eyes widened. Killed all of them? They went down to become one of the tribulations, to maintain the glory of 10,000 years. And you killed all of them? Yes, I killed all of them. Chu Yang spread out his hands. So when the passage opens this time, the Lan clan will definitely go down to Iron Cloud immediately. He said seriously, I'm worried about the safety there. Ning Tianya finally understood. You're saying that you want me to go over and protect them? Or rather, stop the Lan clan? Chu Yang said, If Elder Ning is willing, of course I hope that you can go over personally. He said seriously, Protect them. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh. Ever since I met you in the northern wastelands of the lower three heavens, I've never felt comfortable. Now, I've actually become your hired thug. I even have to travel so far to the heavens. I originally wanted to go and see my disciple first, said Ning Tianya. Then, he suddenly froze. Chu Yang didn't notice. He said, Actually, I'm also very embarrassed. But if Elder Ning is willing to help this time, I'll definitely be very grateful. Who cares about your gratitude? Ning Tianya looked like he was going to agree, but he suddenly became ferocious. I'm not going. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. What was going on with this old guy? Ning Tianya said angrily, I only realized now. That day, you kept saying that you felt guilty. So it was actually because of my disciple. You have my disciple, and you're actually thinking of having multiple wives? Chu Yang was dizzy. How many days had it been? So this old guy didn't realize it back then? This wasn't right. The veins on Ning Tianya's forehead popped out. He flew into a rage. Back then, I only remembered Lord Shue's instructions. A new solution for you. But I didn't expect you to be such a beast, having designs on my poor disciple. You were too tough in your previous life, so Wu Qianqian gave you gentleness. You were too straightforward in your previous life, so Tai Butian gave you wisdom. You were heartless in your previous life, so Amo Qingwu made it up to you in this life. Chu Yang recited a passage and said, Elder Ning, you're not crazy, right? Didn't you tell me this passage? Ning Tianya said angrily, that was what Lord Shue said. I'm just repeating it. Cough. I've only found out about these bullshit things recently. At the same time, Ning Tianya was also puzzled. When he was repeating Shuelehan's words and the solution for Chu Yang's life, Ning Tianya realized that he actually didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Even at that time, during that whole period of time, his emotions were very calm. He actually didn't realize at all that the Mo Qingwu in the story was his one and only younger brother whom he doted on the most. It was only now that he heard Chu Yang mention the old story again that he suddenly realized. Chu Yang sighed deeply. I deeply admire your ability to react. How much time has passed since then? Ning Tianya was equally speechless. He was also confused about this matter. He only said angrily, You actually want me to protect little Wu's love rival? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? Ning Tianya snorted heavily, still feeling uncomfortable. He said, If I leave, what will you do? These little bastards from the Yi clan down there are all coming for you. Chu Yang frowned. It won't take much effort to clean them up before you leave, right? I'm not asking you to kill them all. You can beat them until they can't move. I can go down and kill them myself later. Minister Chu was planning to drag him down to the end. It would be a waste if he didn't use such a top fighter in the world. Perhaps because his mood was affected, his writing today was exceptionally slow. It took him 3 hours to finish the 4th chapter. It's 2:50 in the morning now. I'll continue writing the 5th chapter. Gee. To be continued. Chapter 2043. Filled with frustration, Ning Tianya let out a long howl and flew out in a flash. Along the way, his howl became more and more frustrated, louder and louder, as he rushed down the mountain. He didn't want to stay by Chu Yang's side for even a moment longer. Just looking at this fellow's face made him want to punch him. Yi Zue's face was full of murderous intent as he paced back and forth in front of the team. After waiting for 5 days, Chu Yang still hadn't come down from above. Yi Zue became angrier and angrier. Did you find anything? Yi Zue asked a Yi clan expert who was rushing over from another direction. No. I've already scouted out all the north, south, east, and west. There's definitely no such person passing by. I can guarantee it. He must still be on this mountain. Yi Zue snorted. It's good that he's still on this mountain. This time, no matter what, I must kill him. He recalled how when he returned to the clan to chase after Zhuge Han, he realized that Zhuge Han was actually rushing all the way and was already about to leave the Yi clan territory. Yi Zue was frustrated. Who would have thought that Zhuge Han would be so decisive? He knew when to pick up and when to let go. Since the first attack failed, he immediately retreated and fled far away. If the Zhuge clan couldn't catch him, the Lan clan naturally couldn't catch him either. The only one who could let him vent his anger was Chu Yang. Therefore, in these few days, Yi Zue had gathered all the forces he could mobilize here. No matter the cost, he must kill Chu Yang. If not for the fact that the people who were rushing to the northwest had already gone too far, he even wanted to capture those experts and also stop them to participate in this encirclement, all for the sake of killing Chu Yang. Now, Chu Yang's importance in his heart was listed as the number 1 must-kill, far above the Tribulation Sword Master. At present, the number of Yi clan experts gathered at the foot of the Pagoda Mountain had already reached a terrifying level. Yi Zue gritted his teeth, his heart burning like a ball of fire. If he didn't kill Chu Yang, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Unintentionally revealing his biggest secret had already become a nightmare that Yi Zue couldn't get rid of. No matter what, he had to kill Chu Yang to be at ease. He was afraid that one day when he woke up, someone would point at him and say, He is the extraterrestrial demon. He is the real extraterrestrial demon. How did he reach 4th grade sword supremacy so quickly? It's the extraterrestrial demon technique. The extraterrestrial demon technique. If you don't believe me, you'll know once we fight, if so. This was Yi Zue's true nightmare. In the past few days, he would even dream that he was being hunted down by the entire world, falling off a cliff, yet never reaching the bottom. That kind of terrifying feeling of falling. This caused Yi Zue to tremble all over. Then, he woke up from his dream with a start, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Keep an eye on him. Even a mosquito is not allowed to fly out of the Pagoda Mountain. Yizue roared savagely, no matter what. He also wanted to exterminate the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang here. Tear him to pieces. If anyone makes a mistake, take your own head as an apology. His entire family would be executed. All 3 clans will be exterminated. Now, everyone, open your eyes wide. While Yizue was shouting, before he knew it, he was already filled with black aura. However, the Yi clan clansmen in front of him all had their heads lowered, not daring to raise their heads. Sensing the Archduke's murderous aura, as well as his violent rage that threatened to destroy everything, no one dared to raise their heads and refute him. At this moment, a long howl suddenly sounded from the pagoda mountain. He's coming down. Overjoyed, Yizue let out a wild cry. Everyone raised their heads in unison, their murderous aura filling the air. It's this small matter that caused so many of us to be lectured here. You've finally come down. If we don't torture you to death, we'll really be letting down the past few days of hard work and suffocation. But the next moment, everyone was stunned and then horrified. When the long howl first sounded, it should have been at the top of the mountain. But at this moment, they were already halfway up the mountain. The howl became more and more majestic, as though all the living beings in the world were shouting toward the sky in unison at this moment. Rumbling, it turned into violent thunder, striking down violently with golden lightning. Rumble, the howl was still going on, but the surrounding mountains and valleys were already filled with dust that rose into the sky. The power of the howl shook thousands of miles. The earth trembled so much that everyone couldn't stand still. Some even swayed left and right, and a few of those with lower cultivation had already fallen to the ground from the tremors. But they were still bouncing up again and again as the earth trembled. Extreme horror appeared in Yizue's eyes as he asked repeatedly, "Who is this person? Who is this person?" The Yi clan members were all dizzy and didn't have the time to answer his question at this moment. A few of them had participated in the siege of Wujueching in the Yi clan courtyard back then. At this moment, they instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Yizue has kicked an iron plate again this time? Why? Judging from the momentum of the iron plate this time, it seems to be even more serious than the iron plate last time. The howl had already reached the top of their heads. Within 1,000 miles, dust rose into the air and gathered into a huge mushroom cloud, surging and rolling toward the sky. Suddenly, the howl was followed by a series of popping sounds. Yizue couldn't stand still. To his horror, he saw the experts he had set up at the various entrances of the pagoda mountain landing in front of him one after another. They slowly piled up into a pile. As the howl ended, a gray-robed man slowly descended with his hands behind his back. Landing in front of the dozen or so people, he asked with some anger, "It's you guys who disturbed my peaceful cultivation? What punishment do you deserve?" Yizue was shocked and hurriedly explained, "Elder, please calm down. We are." "Shut up." The gray-robed man shouted domineeringly. "Members of the Yi clan?" He actually didn't listen to any of Yizue's explanations. Yizue nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with extreme fear. He hoped that this person wouldn't be too ruthless on account of his clan. I was wondering who had such guts. To think that it's actually the Yi clan." The gray-robed man snorted. His hands flashed and the remaining dozen or so people were picked up by him like chickens and thrown into the pile of people. Then, he slapped Yizue's face. Yizue was instantly slapped so hard that one of his feet left the ground. The tip of his foot was propped up on the ground, and he spun around like a spinning top for 70 to 80 rounds. "Little demon," the gray-robed man snorted. He scolded softly. Yizue's entire body turned cold at once. His mind was in a mess. He also knows my secret. That's right, I told him on the mountain. With this person's cultivation, how can he not hear it? More than 100 Yi clan experts of martial saint level and above were piled together like this. Every one of them was vomiting blood and had lost their ability to fight. Even now, everyone's ears were still ringing. Some of them had even started to bleed from their ears. Yizue lowered his head in fear and trepidation. A hint of extreme viciousness flashed across his eyes. When I master the heavenly demon great technique, I will crush you to death with one hand." The gray-robed man snorted and then shouted, "Yi Qianqian, come to the pagoda mountain." His voice traveled out, neither fast nor slow, neither angry nor angry. In the Yi clan courtyard hundreds of miles away, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out. "Yi Qianqian, come to the pagoda mountain." Thud, thud, thud. The few walls of the Yi clan had already been shattered into pieces by Wu Jueqing the last time. This time, they collapsed with a loud crash. Yi Qianqian, who was cultivating in the quiet room, was jolted awake. "What happened?" "I don't know. Who told me to go to the pagoda mountain?" Yi Qianqian made a prompt decision and flew out. He could clearly sense that the person who was shouting was much stronger than him. Since he had asked him to go to the pagoda mountain, there must be a reason. A figure flashed. Yi Qianqian appeared on the roof. The next moment, there was another flash. He had already disappeared into the land of morning light. In front of the pagoda mountain, Ning Tianya stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a trembling Yi Zue and a pile of Yi clan experts. Yi Zue's demonic aura was completely sealed by Ning Tianya's slap. At this moment, he was truly powerless. Not long after, a rustling sound rang out in the distance, as if a hurricane had swept through the forest. It was very hard to believe that this was actually the sound of a person flying. A figure suddenly fell from the sky like a shooting star. With a slight sway of his body, he had already eliminated the terrifying inertia of moving at high speed. He stood on the spot and took in the situation. His expression couldn't help but change. "Elder Ning, so it's you. How could Yi Qianqian not recognize the #1 expert in the world, Ning Tianya?" The moment he saw that it was actually him, his heart thumped wildly. The last time, he had provoked Wu Jueqing. Could it be that he had provoked Ning Tianya again this time? At the thought of this, Yi Qianqian felt a toothache at once. Looking at the situation in front of him, this might really be the case. Cough. "I say, little Yi, what's wrong with you?" Ning Tianya struck first to gain the upper hand. As the guilty party, he filed the complaint first and claimed to be in the right. "How can you do this? I was cultivating at the pagoda mountain for a while. You actually instructed your grandson to come and make trouble. What are your intentions?" Yi Qianqian's expression darkened at once. "This bunch of bastards came out to make trouble, and they actually used my name? What's wrong with you?" Ning Tianya said furiously. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Yi Qianqian smiled wryly. "If you're easy to bully, then there really isn't anyone in the world who isn't easy to bully," he said helplessly. "Elder Ning, please calm down. Let me investigate this matter. There must be a misunderstanding." Ning Tianya snorted angrily. "What misunderstanding? The truth is that I was cultivating on the mountain, but your grandson was cursing and shouting at the foot of the mountain. This is simply unbelievable to me. Yi Qianqian, when did the Yi clan become so ill-mannered?" Yi Qianqian's face was full of shame. It was also out of anger and embarrassment. "Do you think it's easy for me? I'm already more than 10,000 years old. I can be considered to be a person of virtue and prestige. Now, within a month, I've been reprimanded twice as if I was a child. The first reprimand was still manageable. That was because Wu Jueqing had been provoked into the house. Those who didn't know about it weren't to be blamed. But after that, he had given strict orders not to stir up any more trouble. Now, less than half a month had passed, and he was dragged over by Ning Tianya again and fiercely reprimanded. Who did I offend? Yi Qianqian was practically driven mad by these grandchildren of his. His whole body was trembling, and his limbs were icy cold. To be continued. Votes for recommendation, monthly votes, and so on. Chapter 2044. Looks like it's really time for the Yi clan to be overhauled. Yi Qianqian secretly made up his mind. Get rid of all of them. I say, little Yi, if I hear such sounds again when I'm cultivating, don't blame me for not giving you any face. Ning Tianya said in an old-fashioned manner. Yes. Yi Qianqian said sullenly. He turned his head fiercely and suppressed his anger as he shouted, Get lost. I'll settle the score with all of you when we get home. Not only did he want to settle the score, Yi Qianqian even had the urge to swallow these people alive at this moment. He was extremely sullen. I'm already so old. Can you not embarrass me like this? Aw. He went forward and gave each of them a heavy slap, allowing them to regain some mobility. Then, Yi Qianqian kicked Yi Zue's butt. Get lost. If you dare to come to the foot of the pagoda mountain again, I'll cripple you. Yi Zue led his men and fled in a sorry state. Elder Ning, thank you for showing mercy. If there's nothing else, I'll be going home. Yi Qianqian cupped his hands. He had already made up his mind. Almost 1,000 years ago, he had stopped interfering in family matters. Now, it looked like there was really a need to clean things up. This kind of clan, had already made him feel like a stranger. Slow down, I still have to remind you of something. Ning Tianya looked at him solemnly, his gaze dark and cold. Little Yi, this great-grandson of yours, this first successor of the Yi clan, don't you feel very abnormal? Yi Qianqian was at a complete loss. Abnormal? Ning Tianya said solemnly, he's practicing demonic arts. Demonic arts? What demonic? Yi Qianqian muttered somewhat perplexedly. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Elder Ning, you mean? Ning Tianya nodded lightly. It's exactly what you guessed. You can go back and verify it yourself. For your father's sake, I'll give you some advice this time. Yi Qianqian was completely drenched in cold sweat in an instant. He cupped his hands and said sincerely and with some lingering fear, Thank you, Elder Ning. He could not thank him. If Ning Tianya didn't tell him this, but someone else, Yi Qianqian was certain that within a month, the Yi clan would be completely wiped out from the world. Demonic arts. This was a much greater threat than the Tribulation Sword Master. Ordinary people might not know about demonic techniques, but how could those who had reached the 7th or 8th grade of Supreme Martial Artist and were qualified to participate in the secrets not know about it? How could the Dharma Supreme and the others not know of the wielder of the law? With a solemn expression, Yi Qianqian flew away. Ning Tianya also heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Yi clan would definitely not dare to come to the Pagoda Mountain again. Yi Qianqian would also keep a close eye on Yi Zue. There shouldn't be any more problems on Chu Yang's side. Then, I'll prepare to go to the lower 3 heavens next. Turning back to take a look, Ning Tianya muttered, the tribulation is almost here. Chu Yang, don't mistreat my disciple. His body flashed, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang had already entered the cave. From the outside, this cave looked very shallow, as if one could see the end of it at a glance. However, after entering, one would find that the cave was unexpectedly long. It was as if there was no end in sight. After walking a few hundred feet, Chu Yang was taken aback. He saw that there was a turn, and at the turn, there was a jade pendant with a piece of paper under it. Year, month, day. I accidentally entered this cave. Disheartened, I could only choose to live in seclusion. My lover is in trouble, and I am wronged. I have the intention to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. A sorrowful man. Forget it. I'll just end my days in this cave. Although Chu Yang didn't recognize this handwriting, when he saw these words, he understood. This must have been left behind by Lang Along when he first entered this cave. For some reason, he didn't take it away but left it here all this time. Chu Yang thought, if he were Lang Along, he probably wouldn't take it away either. Leaving it here would serve as a witness and remind him of the direction in which he should work hard. With a sigh, Chu Yang exerted force, and both the jade pendant and the piece of paper turned into dust at the same time. Your grudges have already been settled. In that case, let's get rid of this obsession. As he continued to walk in, the purple crystal aura became stronger and stronger. A full 2 hours later, after turning the last turn, Chu Yang was suddenly astonished. The sudden flash of purple crystal color almost hurt his eyes. Everywhere he looked, it was a world of purple crystals. There was a huge cave inside, and it was completely formed by a large piece of complete purple crystal. The whole cave was filled with dazzling purple light. And this was only the entrance to the purple crystal cave. About 20 feet inside the cave, there was a clear mark, as if someone had been working here for a long time. The purple crystal on the ground had already become somewhat smooth. Presumably, the purple crystal hand that Lang Yilong had cultivated must be here. The tribulation sword was trembling, urging Chu Yang to walk in. Chu Yang walked in. After walking several hundred feet, he sensed that there seemed to be some kind of barrier in front of him that prevented people from entering. A ball of purple light flickered densely and solidified, sealing the cave entrance from here. Chu Yang walked forward and reached out to push. However, he felt as if his hand had sunk into a sticky substance. A force surged toward him. Chu Yang mustered all his strength, but was still pushed back by this sticky force. He was pushed back 100 feet. This place was indeed not a place where ordinary people could enter. Chu Yang wasn't alarmed at being pushed back. Instead, he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, a small sword slowly formed in his palm. A clear sword hum suddenly rang out. The tribulation sword was already in his hand. It was a real tribulation sword. Chu Yang walked forward slowly. The tip of the tribulation sword slowly pierced into this sticky substance. The entire sword suddenly lit up. It was as if wisps of some inexplicable substance had entered the sword. From the tribulation sword, wisps of something also surged out and entered this fog. It was as if two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time were greeting each other warmly. "Have you eaten?" "I have." "Have you eaten?" "Me too." "That's great. We've both eaten." At the very least, Chu Yang had such a strange feeling right now. And then, after this greeting, that translucent, inexplicable purple fog suddenly disappeared. It was as if a door that was originally tightly shut had suddenly opened after a couple of extremely nonsensical and meaningless pleasantries. "Please enter." Even Chu Yang felt a strong sense of absurdity. The tribulation sword was already flying forward. Chu Yang followed closely behind. After entering, Chu Yang suddenly realized that the cave walls here had turned into purple crystal cores. One by one, the purple crystal cores were densely arranged side by side and embedded together to form a hole, forming a cave. Chu Yang was amazed. He walked forward step by step. After walking for several hundred feet, it turned into a whole field of purple crystal jade essence. The purple crystal jade essence was several hundred feet in size and extended into the cave. As he walked forward, what came next was, as expected, the souls of the purple crystal. The sword spirit was still leading the way happily. Chu Yang had an absurd feeling in his heart. Could there be holy crystals and divine crystals here too? But the tribulation sword stopped at the root of the souls of the purple crystal. Chu Yang walked over slowly. In the depths of the cave, there was a strange flower. It was a flower completely formed by the aura of the purple crystal, but on the stamen, there was something quietly supporting it. A sword hilt. This sword hilt lay quietly on the stamen, motionless. But it emanated an aura as if everything was under its control. It emanated very calmly and steadily. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword vibrated excitedly together. The sword intent left the sword body and pierced through the air excitedly. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit said with some surprise, "So this time, the first segment of the tribulation sword is the sword hilt." Chu Yang said solemnly, "Looks like it is," but he recalled the words in the general principles of the tribulation sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword. The part of the sword that was held by the hand was the source of all the attacks that controlled the sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword was divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. Chu Yang looked over and saw that although this sword hilt looked the same color, one side was a little bright while the other side was a little dark. Of course, if it was held in the hand, nothing could be seen. The first 5 segments of the sword started to clamor at the same time. The sword hilt slowly rose from the misty flower. The movement was slow, but it gave off an extremely calm and confident feeling. The next moment, the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, sword guard, and sword tongue all rushed up at the same time. Crack, 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 crack. They all returned to their positions. After a series of dazzling flashes, an almost complete sword appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. In Chu Yang's eyes, this sword was already complete. If he had to say what was missing, it would be that it was still missing a sword hilt. That was the sword hilt, also known as the sword head. Other than that, it was basically perfect. Chu Yang couldn't help but wonder. The tribulation sword should have segments. Then, what were the other two segments? An almost complete sword flashed in front of Chu Yang again. It gave off a sense of intimacy. Chu Yang smiled slightly and reached out his hand. The sword hilt seemed to hesitate for a moment before it cautiously landed in his palm. The sword intent whizzed over and wrapped around it. The sword hilt trembled in Chu Yang's palm with some probing and caution. Chu Yang revealed a warm smile and opened his heart. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword were either encouraging, waiting, or anticipating. The next moment, the sword hilt made a very slight vibration. Then, the tribulation sword made a clanging sound. The fine cracks that originally existed between one segment and the other disappeared completely. The entire sword was as clear as water and as steady as a mountain. The sword body shone, as if the wind and clouds were moving. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little more at ease in his heart. Yes, it was a sense of ease. The feeling of having someone to rely on and a sense of security. At the same time, his mind became blurry and he trembled. Unconsciously, he entered the tribulation space. He saw that the tribulation space now was more than 10 times, or even 100 times bigger than before. Purple gas filled the air everywhere. In an empty space, the sword spirit danced with the sword, drawing mysterious marks. It was the sword move of the tribulation sword segment. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. When my 5 fingers close, the heavens are about to fall. When the tribulation is dispersed, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the heavens, blood is as black as ink. The first update has been delivered. Please, let the monthly votes fly for a while. Chapter 2045. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. When my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. When the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. Tribulation Sword, Section 1. Looking at the sword moves made by the sword spirit, Chu Yang had a strong feeling of holding the wind and clouds in my hands and the world in my heart. This was a kind of indescribable confidence and indescribable arrogance. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. This was the first move of Section 1. This move was really arrogant to the extreme and had a kind of awe-inspiring power. It seemed to be announcing to the whole world with the attitude of a monarch, "The power of life and death in this world is in my hands." This was a killing move with both offense and defense, and it took advantage of the situation. When this move was used in actual combat, the person facing this move, facing this magnificent and irresistible aura, would have a feeling of submission from the bottom of his heart. Invincible. They could only surrender. Under this move, if I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Life and death are all in my thoughts, and it depends on my mood. The second move, when my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. It was a step further to exaggerate this aura to the extreme. The first move was only used to deal with people, but the second move was used to deal with the heavens. When my 5 fingers close around this sword, even the heavens will fall down. Not to mention my enemies, they can only be turned into powder under this move. Anyone who is my enemy will not be lucky enough to survive. The third move, when the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. It was a completely violent attack. It seemed to gather the wind and clouds time and time again, erupting time and time again, each time stronger than the last. It was after the first 2 moves had gathered momentum, and in this move, it exploded completely, like the waves of the Yangtze River and the rising tide of the sea. When it exploded for the first time, it completely exploded and destroyed everything. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. This was the last move. But this move was also the most bloodthirsty, after slaughtering the whole world. When it killed up to the sky, it still turned the world upside down, and blood flowed like a river. The blood was as black as ink, staining the world. These were the 4 moves of controlling the world. In each of these 4 moves, there was a clear aura. Control. Chu Yang's heart. The first few sword moves of the tribulation sword flowed slowly like a transparent stream. Then, when it reached the sword hilt, Chu Yang suddenly realized that there seemed to be a change. A qualitative change. Did you feel it? The sword spirit asked in high spirits. With the fragment of the calamity sword in hand, the sword spirit was no longer weak. All of a sudden, it miraculously disappeared without a trace, and in the blink of an eye, he had completely recovered his mental state. Furthermore, it had improved by a huge step. I can feel it, Chu Yang said solemnly. It seems that these 4 moves have the effect of increasing the power of the previous 20 moves. Yes, only with a sword hilt would a sword have a strong support. They also have commanders and strategists, the sword spirit said. Just like an invincible elite force, this is a team. Any one of them is invincible. But such a team, when working together, it was easy for them to fight their own battles. Therefore, when such a group encounters a large-scale battle, they will not be able to win because no matter how strong an individual is, they are still a sheet of loose sand. At this time, we need a strategist to join in and act as a hand to command and control these experts. From a mass of loose sand, it condensed into a fist to unleash the greatest combat power, or even more than 10 times the combat power, to seize victory, to destroy the enemy. And this strategist must first integrate himself into it, understand it, and create the strongest strategy according to its strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, he must run through the entire sword. Therefore, the sword hilt is the root, the commander. The sword spirit said softly. Chu Yang pondered and said, I understand. For example, my brothers, when we all have great achievements, whether it's Duxing, Xieyun, GMO, Little Wolf, Wushang, Butong, etc., each one of them is enough to dominate an area. But each of them has their own temperament and characteristics. Therefore, if they are not well matched, they may not be able to unleash their strongest combat power in a group battle. For example, if Duxing is paired with Wushang, their combat power will be wasted. If GMO is paired with Ku Di, their combat power will be insufficient. If Butong is paired with Qianghua, they will be flexible and not steady enough. Therefore, at this time, they have to match different combat power according to different enemies. And at this time, the sword hilt has to balance them. For example, the addition of Tianji. The sword spirit smiled. Yes, that's right. Chu Yang pondered and said, that is to say, among the brothers, Tianji is the soul, the commander, and the controller? Wrong. The sword spirit said, Imo Tianji is not the soul, neither is he the controller, but he is the commander. Oh? Chu Yang said, this is like a country. When the army goes out on an expedition, there are generals, deputy generals, and marshals in the army. Generals, deputy generals, and deputy generals each have their own duties and abilities. If they are well matched, they will be successful. And this coordination is in the marshal's hands. Mo Tianji's current position is the marshal's position. It's the position of the sword hilt. And you, Chu Yang, the master of the calamity sword, is the controller. You are outside of the battle, but you control it. You are the decision-maker, pointing out the direction, and then they work together. Your role, if in the country, is the emperor, because only the emperor can command the marshals. The sword spirit said heavily, this is the position between the two of you. Chu Yang nodded. Then, he felt that something was wrong. This is not right. According to what you said, then, won't Tianji, Duxing, Wushang, and the others become my subordinates? The sword spirit thought for a while and said, what I said just now is just a metaphor. However, what you said also makes sense. Because this kind of relationship, if you deliberately develop in the direction of superior and subordinate, then they will naturally become your subordinates, and there will definitely be no resistance. This is the most harmonious relationship between superior and subordinate. But if you don't want to develop in this way, that's fine too. But between brothers, there also needs to be a division of seniority. Otherwise, it will still be a plate of loose sand. So, how you want to position yourself is up to you. The sword spirit reminded him, and now is not the time for the final positioning. Chu Yang made a sound of acknowledgement, but he kept this matter firmly in his heart. If they developed into a subordinate relationship, they didn't have to wait until now. If that was really the case, then wouldn't he be separated from the group? Would he become a loner? Chu Yang would rather not have such a relationship, but he didn't say this out loud. When he thought of this, he even became a little wary of the sword spirit, not wanting to let the sword spirit know his true feelings. What I want are brothers, and what I want even more is the joy of brothers being together. Not some hegemony, much less some obedient subordinates who can die for me. Brothers can die for each other because of feelings. Subordinates can die for their superiors because of their rank and mission. Although both were going to die, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, completely different. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt a stir in his dantian. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, sword guard, sword tongue, and sword hilt all started moving at the same time. Under the command of the sword hilt, a streak of purple aura slowly appeared on every part of the sword, eventually converging into a shiny purple line and entering Chu Yang's dantian. After entering, it divided into three, becoming 3 strands of primordial real silk, entangling with the original 2 strands, forming a small purple ball before it quieted down. Chu Yang had only obtained 2 strands of primordial real silk after expending so much effort. But under the sword spirit's call, the power that was divided from them actually increased by 3 strands. It increased by 1.5 times out of nowhere. It was equivalent to a sudden doubling of their strength. Then, when the dust settled on these 3 strands of primordial real silk, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Chu Yang's dantian. This force was so ferocious. It was so domineering and so sudden. It was so sudden that even Chu Yang himself couldn't react in time. With a loud bang, Chu Yang's black clothes exploded into pieces. In this purple crystal cave, he actually became naked all of a sudden. The next moment, the force rushed out of the surface of his body and shot in all directions. Then, with a whoosh, a wave of purple aura suddenly surged in the entire purple crystal cave. Countless strands of purple crystal power and the spiritual energy of the universe contained in the purple crystals suddenly swarmed toward Chu Yang without any regard for their lives. Then, it turned into a ball of fine gas and seeped into every pore of Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He maintained a comical pose and looked at himself with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. What's going on? The sword spirit said, "This is the benefit that you deserve after obtaining the tribulation sword fragment." Chu Yang could no longer answer him because spiritual energy was also gushing into his mouth at a crazy rate. Chu Yang felt that at this rate, he would probably explode and die from the impact of this violent energy in the next moment. His meridians had already been expanded to the limit. Wisps of purple spiritual energy, together with the natural spiritual energy in this cave, surged through his meridians like a tsunami. Chu Yang was very puzzled as to why the sword spirit didn't store this force into the tribulation space. But in reality, the sword spirit was watching with a smile on his face. Just when Chu Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, the primordial real silk in his dantian suddenly moved. The heaven-splitting divine technique slowly circulated at this moment. With just a breath, all the spiritual energy of the universe that had entered Chu Yang's body suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, the spiritual energy outside was still surging in and in continuously. Therefore, every time that feeling of explosion that was about to reach a critical point arrived, the heaven-splitting divine technique would circulate and absorb it completely. The color of the primordial real silk in his dantian would also become a little brighter. Chapter 2046. The spiritual energy in the purple crystal cave was endless. It was so dense that it could almost turn into water and flow. Just like that, It madly poured into Chu Yang's body without end. But Chu Yang's layered heaven divine technique was neither hurried nor slow. It was like an extremely precise and law-abiding machine. Only when it reached a critical point would it suddenly operate and suck in. And so, Chu Yang fell into such a cycle. A moment ago, his body was empty. The next moment, it was so full that it was about to explode. His meridians started to bulge outwards. Even his muscles were swelling. And the next moment, it was empty again. At this moment, the layered heaven divine technique had completely become a bottomless pit. Unhurriedly but greedily, it devoured the spiritual energy in the purple crystal cave. In the end, Chu Yang simply let it go. All right, since it's not a threat to my life, and you don't need me, I'll just take a rest. You can do whatever you want. Chu Yang simply used his inner vision to check the changes in the primordial real silk in his dantian. After about 2 hours, Chu Yang finally discovered that the color of the primordial real silk had stopped at an extremely bright and dazzling level and was no longer changing. Then, as the next wave of spiritual energy slowly accumulated, another strand of primordial real silk as thin as a hair slowly appeared. Then, Chu Yang watched with great interest as this new strand of primordial real silk slowly unfolded, lengthened, thickened, and expanded at an extremely slow speed. Fuck. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with these few sentences? Then, it slowly stopped at a normal thickness and started to change color. From a dull purple, it slowly started to change into a bright color. Chu Yang finally understood something. Sword Spirit, I understand now. The Sword Spirit was startled. What do you understand? I understand why the layered heaven divine technique is so slow in this world and has no effect at all. Chu Yang said seriously. So it's because the spiritual energy in this world can't support the normal operation of the layered heaven divine technique at all. The Sword Spirit touched his nose and said very doubtfully, I remember. I've told you about this reason before. Chu Yang was stunned. You did? The Sword Spirit was stunned. Didn't I? Chu Yang, did you say that? Under Chu Yang's clear and questioning gaze, the Sword Spirit finally felt that his thoughts were in chaos. So, he admitted defeat. All right, forget it. I never said that. Chu Yang glared at him and said, You never said that. What do you mean by forget it? The Sword Spirit felt like vomiting blood. Then, Chu Yang said, You only introduced the primordial real silk the last time. He suddenly recalled that even though the Sword Spirit's explanation wasn't as comprehensive as his own the last time, it could still be considered as having mentioned the primordial real silk. It was just that his explanation was rather vague. He could only say unyieldingly, I didn't. I just didn't say anything. The Sword Spirit remained silent. This guy was already unreasonable. Furthermore, he was his host. What was the point of competing with him? After a long time, Chu Yang seemed to have heard some movement outside. Then, there were rustling sounds. It sounded like dust falling, but also like sand scattering all over the ground. What's that sound? Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. The energy in the amethyst grotto outside has already been sucked dry and turned into a pile of powder. It has fallen off from the rocks. Chu Yang said in horror. You mean, the entire amethyst grotto outside has already been sucked dry? It hasn't even been 8 hours since it started sucking, right? The Sword Spirit said speechlessly, This isn't you sucking it in. It's the heavenly divine technique that's sucking it in automatically. This speed. It's even faster than Ning Tianya, Bu Luqing, and Wu Jueqing combined. How many pieces of ordinary amethyst grotto are there after it's absorbed? Chu Yang asked with great interest. Not much. The Sword Spirit did some calculations and said, just a little over 10 million pieces. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air at once, flabbergasted. That's too terrifying. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach, muttering, So much spiritual energy has entered my dantian. If converted to kilograms, it's at least a few hundred kilograms, right? Why don't I feel anything? If there are dregs left after the heavenly divine technique is completely digested, do I have to relieve myself again? The Sword Spirit looked at him with a face full of disdain. Then, The corners of his mouth twitched as he slowly raised his face to look at the sky. As he spoke, outside, the sounds of slapping and rustling gradually merged into one. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to surge in like raging waves. And this increase in quantity and speed was extraordinarily terrifying. Start absorbing the energy of the amethyst core now, the sword spirit said as if this was a common occurrence. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. That's right. You've experienced many such things in the past. Tell me about it. Is every tribulation sword master different? The sword spirit said, of course. Everyone's foundation is different, and their experiences are also different. So their final achievements are also different. The amount of amethyst grotto absorbed here, of course, it's also different. In the end, the amethyst grotto here is to test your great Tao foundation and see how great your potential is. Chu Yang said, oh? The sword spirit said, the first tribulation sword master, Lei Jian. When he obtained the tribulation title, he only absorbed about 80% of the amethyst grotto. He didn't absorb the amethyst core and only absorbed about 80% of the amethyst grotto. So he stopped. So, in the end, his cultivation stopped at third-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I'm stronger than him. The second tribulation sword master, Feng Yun, completely absorbed all the amethyst core and couldn't continue. So his final cultivation stopped at fourth-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang thought to himself, I'm also stronger than him. The third tribulation sword master, Meng Tsang, was about the same as the second Feng Yun. The fourth tribulation sword master, Duan Tian, absorbed half of the amethyst core after absorbing all the amethyst core. His cultivation reached 8th grade supreme martial artist. The fifth tribulation sword master, Yun Dong, was the same as Duan Tian. The sixth tribulation sword master, Qin Feng, was a rare genius. He actually absorbed all the amethyst core before stopping. His cultivation reached the level of breaking through the void. He was only half a step away from breaking through the void. Yes, he was slightly stronger than Bu Luqing before he broke through the void. This person is amazing. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. The seventh tribulation sword master, Lin Zun, regressed and only reached 8th grade supreme martial artist. The 8th tribulation sword master, Jun Lai, reached the peak of supreme martial artist. He was only slightly weaker than Qin Feng. Chu Yang said thoughtfully, in other words, the first 8 tribulation sword masters all obtained the tribulation sword fragment in different environments. Then, their achievements were all different? They couldn't all be in the Pagoda Mountain, right? No, they weren't in the Pagoda Mountain, the sword spirit said with certainty. Chu Yang murmured, in other words, their highest cultivation was only after absorbing all the amethyst cores. Chu Yang recalled that he was starting to absorb the amethyst cores and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I wonder how far I can go. The sword spirit laughed. You're definitely stronger than them. You'll definitely be able to absorb amethyst jade essence. However, how much amethyst jade essence you can absorb will depend on your luck. Chu Yang chuckled. That's good. As long as I'm not weaker than them, I'll be satisfied. The sword spirit rolled his eyes and thought, how can you be weaker than them? Just based on your current state, you're already much stronger than them. While the two of them waited, the amethyst cores slowly started to turn into powder from the outermost layer and rustled down. However, it would still take some time to absorb all the amethyst cores that were hundreds of feet long. Chu Yang had been standing naked. Although there were no outsiders around, he still felt quite uncomfortable. He took out a black robe from his space and sat down cross-legged. He covered his lower body with the black robe and said, I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when I'm done. The sword spirit was stunned. You'll take a nap? At such a critical moment, which of the previous tribulation sword masters wasn't watching and waiting with full concentration? Now that it's your turn, you actually want to take a nap? Damn, I've really met a fucking monster this time. Can you even sleep? Besides, the previous tribulation sword masters couldn't wait to raise their feet so that the soles of their feet could also absorb spiritual energy. Chu Yang, you're really different. You actually remembered to cover your lower body with a robe at such a time. Do you know how many channels of spiritual energy are blocked by your robe? The sword spirit was speechless. Sure enough, before Chu Yang could finish speaking, the black robe that Chu Yang had just covered himself with was torn into pieces by the violent spiritual energy and fell to the ground like butterflies. Chu Yang was stunned. I'm going to faint. I'm not even allowed to wear clothes? Cough, whatever. It's not like I haven't slept naked before. Besides, you're not a woman. If you were, I'd take you in. As he spoke, he leaned against the wall of the soul of purple crystal behind him and closed his eyes. The sword spirit looked at the surface of Chu Yang's skin that was constantly bulging and falling. He gloated somewhat. If you can sleep like this, I'll really take my hat off to you. After a long while, the spiritual energy continued to flow in wave after wave. The amethyst cores outside had already started to fall off in large patches. While the sword spirit was stunned, Minister Chu didn't open his eyes again after he closed them. Then, his breathing was thin and long, and he started to snore softly. He actually really fell asleep. The sword spirit's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at Chu Yang's skin that was still bulging and falling, he broke down. My dear brother, you really fell asleep? You're too weird. If the sword spirit had real hair and beard, he would probably be pulling his own hair and going crazy right now. I've never seen anything like this before. You're too open-minded, aren't you? What's there for Chu Yang to be open-minded about? Anyway, there's nothing for me to do. I just have to wait for the final inspection of the results. When I look, it's still this. When I don't look, it's still this. It can't be that I can absorb more spiritual energy just by looking, right? Chapter 2047. Chu Yang slept for a total of 8 hours. Now, it had already been 2 days since he entered the purple crystal cave. Ning Tianya, who was already waiting at the southern entrance to the upper and lower 3 heavens, sighed. What's going on? Why isn't it opening yet? Are you trying to kill me with anxiety? I've already waited here for more than a day. I even found a place to have a drink. I'm just getting a sword fragment. Why is it taking so long? Supremacy Ning walked over in a conflicted manner at the entrance. He sighed, turned around and sat down for a while. How torturous. In the cave, Chu Yang finally woke up from his spring sleep. He felt full of energy, and a feeling of expansion and contraction immediately came over. He couldn't help but be stunned. It's not finished absorbing? The sword spirit said speechlessly. The purple crystal core is almost finished. There's less than 10 feet left. Chu Yang was rather anxious. Why is it so slow? The sword spirit said helplessly. This is already very fast. Compared to the previous few people, you're already absorbing at a speed 10 times faster than theirs. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and used his inner vision. He saw that there were already 10 strands of primordial real silk in his dantian, shining brightly, and the 11th strand was in the process of forming. So many already. Chu Yang was rather pleased with himself. He didn't even have 1 strand at first, but in less than half a year, he already had 11 strands. This was really awesome. Sword Spirit, it looks like it's still going to take a long time. What should we do during this time? Asked Chu Yang. The Sword Spirit grinned. You're optimistic, but I'm not. I'm not in the mood to do anything. Chu Yang said disdainfully, You're so boring. Since the Sword Spirit wasn't cooperating, Chu Yang simply wandered around in the tribulation space. He even had the time to take a bath in the soul-quenching spring. Then, he took out a jar of wine and a few side dishes from the tribulation space. Then, he made a cup himself and poured wine into it. He actually raised the cup and toasted the sword spirit. Today, we must drink when there's wine. Who will decide what's right and wrong tomorrow? I raise my eyes and cross my sword. I have a clear conscience in life. Sword spirit, it's not easy for us to get along. Let me toast you. Clang. He downed the cup. The sword spirit looked at his lord sword master eating and drinking in high spirits and felt a burst of powerlessness in his heart. In the face of such an open-minded sword master, what else could he say? In the blink of an eye, Chu Yong had downed a jar of wine. Then, he took out another jar. He slapped open the mud seal. His body was currently experiencing a storm, so he couldn't use his cultivation. In other words, right now, he was drinking like an ordinary person. After downing a jar of wine, he was already a little tipsy. But Chu Yong still didn't stop. He continued to drink a few more glasses. He said, "Sword Spirit, I'm thinking about the words that Shui Leihan asked Ning Tianya to pass on." The Sword Spirit said, "Oh, what happened?" Chu Yong said, "Shui Leihan said that my love life is actually destined. Because I was too tough in my previous life, Wu Qianqian treated me with gentleness. Because I was too straightforward in my previous life, Tai Butian gave me wisdom. Because I was ruthless in my previous life, Imo Qingwu compensated me with love." Chu Yong was a little drunk. He said, "At first, it seems to make some sense. But now that I think about it, Shui Leihan is just spouting nonsense. It's just an excuse to comfort me and help me untie the knot in my heart." The Sword Spirit frowned. "Then what do you think?" Chu Yong said, "At the end of the day, it's my own business. In other words, my feelings for Qingwu can't be changed by heaven and earth. I'm sure of this. So am Mo Qingwu. I must have her. Next, let's talk about Senior Sister Wu. Senior Sister Wu has always had feelings for me. I've always known about it and have always avoided it. But I'm a man. Sword Spirit, we'll be together for a long time. You clearly know that this stunning beauty has deep feelings for you. What kind of feeling is that?" Then, later on, I misunderstood her again. I misunderstood that she really became the Empress of Iron Cloud. Later on, the misunderstanding was resolved, but she was already on the verge of death in order to save me. If I didn't care about her, or if I could save her but not save her, or if I saved her and then told her that I didn't accept her, do you think I would still be a man if I did that? The Sword Spirit was stunned. Then there's Tai Butian. At that time, I was unconscious. You were exhausted and in a deep sleep. I was poisoned by the lust dragon. Tai Butian didn't care about her noble status and sacrificed her daughter's innocence to save my life. Moreover, without my knowledge, she gave birth to a child for me. When I found out the truth, if I didn't want them and refused to admit it, what would I do? Then, what kind of person would I be? But all of this went against the insistence of my heart from the beginning. So, whatever I did was wrong. Chu Yong drank a cup of wine. If I gave up, I was heartless. If I accepted, I was guilty. Whatever I did, I was beastly. Both were unfair to them. So now, I finally thought it through. To think that Shui Leihan was so worried that he specially found someone to talk to resolve the knot in my heart. In fact, this is a very simple matter. The Sword Spirit asked, "Why? Simple?" Chu Yong chuckled drunkenly. "Since giving up is painful, and accepting it is also painful, then I might as well accept it. What's the big deal? In short, I'm asking for trouble. I'm asking for it. If it were any other man, I guarantee that there wouldn't be so many problems." Suddenly, he roared, "Why are there so many problems?" Chu Yong was drunk. The Sword Spirit frowned and thought to himself, when he said this, did he let it go? Or did he sink even deeper? This was really something that couldn't be said for sure. If he was a fickle man, there wouldn't be so many problems. But this man was a man who was so serious about relationships and had memories from his previous life. The Sword Spirit sighed. No one could help him with something like this. Chu Yong woke up, got drunk and woke up again. He didn't know how much time had passed. The Sword Spirit was already dumbfounded from shock. The absorption of the purple crystal cores had been completed. At present, the purple crystal jade essence was almost at the bottom. However, the absorption speed of the heaven-crossing divine technique became faster and faster. There was no sign of it weakening. Just now, it had already surpassed the total of the previous 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters, and the speed was still increasing. And the time taken was only 1/10 of the time taken by the fastest of the previous 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters. Towards this result, The sword spirit could only exclaim in disbelief, "This is sick to such an extent." This was no ordinary pervert. With a rustling sound, all the purple crystal jade essence turned into powder. Then, they finally reached the innermost section, where the souls of the purple crystal were. The spiritual energy suddenly gathered into a superstorm, rushing in from all directions. With the sword spirit's current strength, he could no longer stand beside Chu Yang. He could only hurry back into the tribulation space. He was so shocked that he looked at the spiritual energy storm outside speechlessly. The sword spirit was already numb. He had long known that Chu Yang was the first generation of tribulation swordmaster and would definitely be different from the previous generations. But even in his dreams, he had never imagined that the difference would be to such an extent. Another 5 days later, at the entrance of the passageway, Ning Tianya already had the urge to curse. He had already waited here for half a month, and there was still no news at all. What exactly was going on? Could there be something wrong with this guy? How could there be such a thing? He was just holding a broken sword, and it actually took 17 to 18 days? Cave. Chu Yang woke up. When he looked at his side, he was instantly shocked. It had already turned dark, and the original bright purple spirit Chi aura was still present. There wasn't much left. Only the souls of the purple crystal, which were less than 3 feet long, were still shining and emitting spiritual energy. The circulation speed of the heaven overarching divine technique in his meridians was obviously 3 to 4 times faster than before. Chu Yang hurriedly opened up his inner vision. With one look, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Sword spirit, why are there so many? In his dantian, there were already densely packed primordial real silk. Rough calculations, there should be 1 to 200 strands. Every strand was purple, dazzling. Recalling that half a month ago, he only had 2 strands. This was practically reaching the heavens in a single bound. Chu Yang's eyes were shining. Sword spirit, there are already 170, 150, 118 strands. The first 100 strands are forming. He was grinning from ear to ear. Previously, I had 2 strands and was already second-grade sword supremacy. Now that I have 200 strands, my cultivation should be at least at Ning Tianya's level, right? The sword spirit pursed his lips. In your dreams, these primordial real silk have nothing to do with your cultivation at all. Just as I said earlier, how much you absorb here can predict your final achievement. It's equivalent to a test. However, it's also equivalent to laying down the great Tao foundation for you. That's all. Wanting to use the primordial real silk at this level is tantamount to daydreaming. Chu Yang was stunned. In that case, my cultivation hasn't improved? The sword spirit sighed helplessly. You're already improving. Before he finished speaking, that last strand of soul of the purple crystal flashed and turned into the last strand of spiritual energy. It was swallowed by the layered heavens divine technique. It turned into the 200th strand of primordial real silk that was about to form in Chu Yang's dantian then. The layered heavens divine technique actually continued to swallow before it stopped. It stopped moving. The sword spirit's eyeballs immediately popped out. It hadn't had enough. What did this mean? This meant that so many purple crystals were still not enough. It still couldn't reach Chu Yang's bottom line and truly test the highest achievement that Chu Yang could achieve in the end. The sword spirit was confused. He remembered clearly that when Shui Leihan had set up this great Tao test back then, he had once said, if the Tribulation Sword Master can absorb half of the soul of the purple crystal at this level to build his foundation, then this person's future achievements will definitely be above mine. After Shui Leihan had said that back then, he had even smiled. But such a person may not appear even once in a million years. To be able to be on par with me is already enough to be of great use. If he's really stronger than me, then wiping out the extraterrestrial demons really won't be a problem. Thinking of this, the sword spirit broke down even more. I'm going to die soon. Chapter 2048. The sword spirit remembered that Shui Leihan had set up so many souls of the purple crystal here for safety reasons. He had even said self-deprecatingly, "If the Saint Lord builds the foundation, will it be used up?" Haha. Recalling Shuelehan's self-deprecating laughter back then, the sword spirit shuddered all over. How could the sword spirit not understand what he meant? Even if the Saint Lord builds the foundation, he wouldn't need so many souls of the purple crystal, because this was the heavens of the lower realms, and he was only testing the foundation with the bodies of ordinary people. But Chu Yang was still not satisfied even after absorbing all the purple crystals, purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence and souls of the purple crystal here. In other words, he was still lacking a lot. The moment he thought of this, the sword spirit felt dizzy and disoriented. He hurried forward. "Lord Sword Master, you must remember that it's best not to tell anyone about the amount of purple crystals you've absorbed here. Keep it strictly confidential." Chu Yang frowned. "What's wrong? That will only lead to a fatal disaster for you." Sword Spirit took a deep breath and said, "Moreover, it will be a never-ending fatal disaster that won't stop until you're dead. Even the entire Chongtian continent will vanish into thin air because of you." Chu Yang was shocked. "So serious?" "Even more serious than that." The sword spirit's expression was very serious, letting Chu Yang know that he was definitely not joking. Instead, he was describing a fact that was absolutely true. Chu Yang's heart quickly settled down. He said dispassionately, "Are you afraid that someone will be jealous of my ability?" "More than that." The sword spirit smiled bitterly. "But this kind of thing really couldn't be explained clearly in such a short time. When there's time in the future, I'll explain it to you in detail. But you'd better not tell the Emperor either. Not even Shuelehan." Chu Yang found this interesting. The sword spirit was cultivated by Shuelehan, and now he was showing signs of betrayal because of him? "If you tell him, even the Emperor may be implicated and die because of you," said the sword spirit worriedly. His words almost made Chu Yang's nose crooked from anger. "I thought you were worried about me. You're really thinking too much." "Of course I'm worried about you too," said the sword spirit somewhat cautiously. This kind of demeanor was something that had never appeared on him before. But Chu Yang didn't care. He didn't know that at this moment, the sword spirit heart was excitedly shouting, "Could it be that I'm following this Lord Sword Master?" In the future, he would actually become an expert that was even more powerful than a sage. "Ah, I'm so blessed. Doesn't that mean I might be able to reach the same height as the Emperor in the future?" Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt a surge of warm energy gushing out from the primordial real silk in his dantian and into his meridians. Wherever it passed, all the meridians immediately changed. First, it became tougher, and then it became purple and lustrous. Then, it slowly widened. Wherever the warm power went, the meridians there would clearly undergo such changes. In an instant, it had already circled around Chu Yang's entire body. Chu Yang's meridians also underwent a qualitative change at this moment. But this was not the end. Unexpectedly, a similar warm power emerged from his dantian, expanding his meridians once again. It seemed that there was a miscalculation the last time, and the power was too small, so it deliberately made up for it this time. The sword spirit pursed his lips and smiled. He knew what was going on. Chu Yang had eaten that golden blood ginseng before he laid the foundation for the low-level martial way. It was only at this moment that all the effects were developed to the maximum, and this power had neglected this matter for the first time. As a result, it didn't use enough power. Immediately after, a tsunami-like power gushed out from the primordial real silk and entered Chu Yang's meridians. Everything before was in preparation for this moment. This was the real benefit of the Tribulation Sword Master, after he obtained the fragment of the Tribulation Sword. This was also the power of the Tribulation Sword Master when he was at the heavenly layer. Chu Yang felt as if he had fallen into a pot of oil. His entire body was boiling. The heat, pressure, and expanding power at this moment almost made him moan out loud. But he also felt that under the speed at which he could completely feel his cultivation, it was increasing rapidly. After coming out of that 1,000-mile tunnel in the northwest, Chu Yang had just advanced to the elementary second-grade sword supremacy. But now, The moment this power appeared, his cultivation had already broken through the elementary level. It was advancing steadily toward the next level. It was like the gentle waves of the sea. It didn't seem very powerful, but one mustn't forget that behind these gentle waves, there was still an entire sea supporting it. Wherever it passed, it would definitely destroy everything. Chu Yang endured all the pain in his body and carefully felt the feeling of this upgrade. Compared to the previous improvements, this was completely different. The second-grade sword supremacy was reached in the blink of an eye. Then, the gentle waves didn't stop. They continued to surge forward at a constant speed, straight toward the high level and then the peak level. An hour later, Chu Yang's entire body shook violently. He let out a muffled groan and 2 streaks of blood hung from his nostrils. The bottleneck of the third-grade sword supremacy was completely destroyed by the waves in the most domineering way. The power rushed into the brand new meridians. First, it changed and then expanded. Then, it continued to rush through the elementary third grade, then the next level. When it reached the peak of the third-grade sword supremacy, this power finally stopped advancing. It wasn't that it was unable to continue, but it had to leave some time for Chu Yang to experience the third-grade sword supremacy. So this is the heaven-level divine technique? Chu Yang took a deep breath. Now, he finally realized and admitted that this set of techniques that he had always thought to be ordinary and had never been used was really, the number one technique in the heaven. No, it should be said that it was the number one technique in the heaven-level imperial court. He became a third-grade sword supremacy just like that. Chu Yang felt a little unreal. He looked at his hands carefully and felt a little excited. But he didn't know that at the same time when he became a third-grade sword supremacy and the power slowly receded, all of a sudden, the entire heavenly layer underwent an unbelievable change. Under everyone's astonishment, the originally clear and boundless sky suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Such a phenomenon. It appeared in the upper 3 heavens, lower 3 heavens, and upper 3 heavens at the same time. Boundless black clouds suddenly appeared from all directions. They were as tall and as thick as mountains. They swarmed and clustered together. They squeezed together and gathered in the sky at lightning speed, rushing toward the sky at the same time. All of this had happened without a sound or warning. But everyone who saw it clearly seemed to have heard the ancient war drums, the roar of the thunder god, the gathering dark clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was clearly the troops of the demon gods invading and devouring the continent. They were fighting. They were fighting. Slowly, pieces of the clear sky were assimilated and turned into the color of ink. There seemed to be endless blood pouring and flowing inside, then condensing and turning black, turning into the color of ink. Countless lives were struggling, trembling, howling, unwilling to be devoured. Everyone felt an oppressive pressure. They only felt that their souls were also trembling and wailing in despair. When the last piece of the clear sky was covered by the dark clouds, everyone had a feeling that they had completely lost hope. It's over. The whole world fell into darkness. They couldn't even see their own fingers. But everyone knew. The dark clouds in the sky didn't stop. The dark clouds were still gathering and pressing down. The feeling that the world was going to be destroyed weighed heavily on everyone's heart. What was going on? Was the continent going to be destroyed? But no one dared to move, because it was all dark and they couldn't see anything. No one knew what they would touch if they moved. Some people were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They couldn't move anymore. Their legs were trembling. The might of the heavens was endless. The endless darkness and deathly stillness lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Just when everyone was in despair and thought that the world would turn into darkness and the heavenly layer continent would no longer exist, suddenly, a ray of golden light appeared in the sky. The sudden appearance of this ray of golden light attracted the attention of everyone in the world. The golden light was very small. It was only a very thin ray. But now, there was only this ray of light in the whole world. There was no other color. In the eternal darkness, this little bit of light suddenly appeared. Countless people suddenly shed tears. Then, The golden light suddenly changed and turned into a sword in the next moment. It grew hundreds of millions of times in the wind and appeared in the world. Its entire body was shining with golden light. It was 10,000 feet long and 10,000 feet wide. It was glorious and mighty. At this moment, the sword used its own light to illuminate the entire heavenly layer continent. Then, the sword suddenly moved. It was as if an invisible giant had raised the sword with one hand and slashed down at the mountain-like dark clouds in the sky. The sword slashed out fiercely. Wherever it passed, there was a flash of lightning. It split the thick haze and revealed a ray of light. A gap was revealed in the dark clouds. Then, the sword continued to slash and stab without stopping. It slashed up and down, left and right, and slashed straight. It was as if a single person was facing the sky full of gods and demons, fighting alone. On the heavenly layer continent, countless people raised their heads to watch. It was silent like a dead zone. It was as if countless ordinary people were watching a hero fight. The golden sword flashed, and the dark clouds were broken into pieces. They slowly retreated from the center of the sky and went back to where they came from, disappearing without a trace. The sky regained its azure blue color once again. That sword stood in the sky, unparalleled in the world. The silent Chongtian continent suddenly burst into cheers that shook the heavens. Everyone was jumping for joy. The golden sword flashed in the sky and disappeared. At the same time, all the passageways in the heavenly layer continent Chapter 2049. Purple light flickered, and around the 100 holes, 20 words appeared. Each of them was vigorous and powerful. Accept my purple cloud tower and fulfill my wish back then. Always remember. Exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang was stunned. Purple cloud tower? What was that? Suddenly, his heart shook violently and he thought of a possibility. This purple cloud tower, couldn't be this pagoda mountain? For a moment, his mouth suddenly went dry. The words flickered as if they were urging him to hurry up. Chu Yang said quietly and sincerely, I, Chu Yang, swear to the souls of thousands of predecessors that I will exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. With a wave of his hand, the holy crystal and divine crystal eagerly left the tribulation space and appeared above the disk. At once, purple light shone brightly. The next moment, with a whoosh, the divine crystal and holy crystal flew out at the same time. As if they had been away from home for tens of thousands of years, they cheered and jumped into their mother's arms. They flew onto the disk and took their places. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It was completely seamless. In an instant, the 100 holes above were all blocked up. With a flash, the holy crystal and divine crystal disappeared into the holes. Then, the disk slowly shrank and spun slowly. It spun to the side of Chu Yang's wrist and rubbed against it gently. Chu Yang's wrist was immediately cut open. The disk spun and suddenly revealed a sense of sadness and reluctance, as if it was silently bidding farewell to its original owner. Then, it moved closer to the blood on Chu Yang's wrist. Blood quickly dyed the edges of the disk red. Then, the disk suddenly flew up. The wound on Chu Yang's wrist was completely healed and became smooth again. The disk spun slowly and landed gently in Chu Yang's palm. Chu Yang said softly, You don't have to worry. I will treat you well. Besides, I will also fulfill Lord Z's lifelong wish and exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. From now on, you are my partner. The disk jumped in Chu Yang's palm, as if it was agreeing and rejoicing. Then, it disappeared in Chu Yang's palm. The moment the disk disappeared, the cave wall in front of Chu Yang silently separated into two sides, revealing a passage with purple aura. At the entrance of the passage, there were two large words written in bold calligraphy. Congratulations! Chu Yang's eyes widened. This was Shuele Han's handwriting. Chu Yang finally understood. He completely understood. Back then, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds was definitely related to Shuele Han. Moreover, this relationship should not be a small matter. After the death of the purple firmament heavenly emperor, what he left behind was definitely not the only inheritance in the Northwest. There were two of them. Furthermore, this was an inheritance. Shuele Han must have done it secretly. The reason why the Calamity Sword fragment had such a purple crystal to test the foundation of the Great Tao was because Shuele Han was looking for a successor for the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds. If the other masters of the Calamity Sword passed the test in other places, they would come here immediately, in the end. This was the standard for the selection. The real selection. It was most likely that the other Calamity Sword masters were not qualified. It should be here that they were tested and found out that they couldn't go too far. Their foundation in the Great Tao was too weak. They couldn't bear the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds and couldn't meet Shuele Han's requirements. On one hand, Shuele Han was using that Great Power's Calamity Sword to find the Calamity Sword Master. At the same time, he was also using this opportunity to find a successor for the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds. Calamity Sword's initial goal wasn't to reorganize the heavens, but to fight the heavenly demons. Shuele Han had indeed given a lot of thought to this. Calamity Sword Master. There was only one. In other words, it was Chu Yang's turn. But the previous 8 didn't pass, and he was afraid that he wouldn't pass either. Therefore, he simply let Chu Yang lead the Calamity Sword through half of its life and experience all the hardships in the world. Then, he reversed time. Let Chu Yang be reborn. Because Chu Yang, the 9th Calamity Sword Master, was already Shuele Han's only hope. Otherwise, this pagoda mountain was right here. Even if others couldn't recognize such a treasure, with Shuele Han's knowledge and cultivation, he would know. How could he not feel it? Chu Yang thought of this and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This was a scheme that Shuele Han had painstakingly set up. It could definitely be considered a grand, huge, and painstaking plan. But he still decided that when his cultivation was high enough, he would definitely give Shuele Han a good beating. This guy had really caused him to be in too much trouble. He had led a wandering life since he was young. His master's sect was destroyed and his master died. He would never know his own background. When he was at his lowest point, he arranged for his best lover. Then, he rejected her even though he clearly wanted to accept her. In the end, she died in his arms, causing him to regret it for the rest of his life. Then, he was schemed to death by his closest brother. In his previous life, it was simply a combination of all the bitter experiences of the past and present. That was why he became the Calamity Sword Master in this life. But with such an experience, if he didn't take revenge on Shuele Han, Chu Yang felt that he wasn't fit to be a man. That bastard. As for the word congratulations that this huge bastard carved here, was it to congratulate him? Or was it to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao, for finally finding his ideal successor? Chu Yang walked into this purple passage. Along the way, purple fog filled the air. The sword spirit was isolated outside. Floating and floating, he walked to the end. At the end, there was a huge seal. It was placed in front of him. It was just a seal, but it gave off a mighty and solemn feeling. Chu Yang picked it up gently and saw that the place where the seal was originally placed had 4 words printed on it: Eternal Purple Clouds. Then, his body shook violently. This seal suddenly turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Chu Yang's body. Before the final battle, keep all the remaining resources of Purple Cloud's heavens into the Purple Cloud's pagoda. Not a drop of the extraterrestrial demon is allowed. The person who obtains the inheritance will be able to open it when his cultivation reaches a certain level. Hold my battle sword and charge into the Purple Clouds. Destroy all the extraterrestrial demons and let the Purple Clouds shine again. Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. The next moment, he suddenly felt that there was a small pagoda in his tribulation space. It was shining with purple light. He tried to enter this pagoda, but he couldn't. In a trance, the 10 holy crystals flew up and danced on this pagoda. The first level glowed faintly. That was where the divine crystals were. The round plate that had already entered his body flew out with a whoosh. It turned into 2 big doors and stopped quietly on top. When you can open this pagoda, it will naturally open. A voice rang out, but it only said one sentence. Chu Yang called out, "Shuelehan? Where are you? Come out." But the surroundings were silent. There was no Shuelehan. Chu Yang immediately realized that this must have been said by Shuelehan many tens of thousands of years ago. It was to remind the person who obtained this pagoda. The sword spirit had already returned to the tribulation space. At this moment, the sword spirit's heart, only shock, respect, to this tribulation sword master that he followed. Chu Yang's future would be. The sword spirit didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, haha, what's wrong with this person? He's really, so big. He's really shameless. This person must have seen that the sky was dark just now, so he simply ran out to take advantage of her. It can't be. He can't see who's beautiful and who's ugly when it's dark. Who's he taking advantage of? Aya, this kind of person doesn't care about beauty or ugliness. As long as she's beautiful, he'll take advantage of her. Haha, everyone, beat this shameless person up. Beat him to death. He's too disgusting. Chu Yang woke up from his daze. He immediately felt that his surroundings were in a mess. Following which, there were also some things flying towards his body. He couldn't help but be confused. What was this? He opened his eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. In front of him, there was actually a large group of hundreds of people looking at him with strange expressions. There were men and women, old and young. Chu Yang exclaimed. He said, "Who are you people? How could there be so many people in this pagoda mountain, in this purple crystal cave?" Then he realized. The things that were flying towards him were actually some stones, tree branches, and a few eggs. What was going on? Chu Yang hurriedly dodged. What's going on? A few women in the group seemed to be very shy. As they shouted coquettishly, they covered their eyes with their hands, but secretly peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Pervert, I'm going to kill you to prevent you from offending public decency. A righteous-looking young man came out with his sword and stabbed towards Chu Yang. But Chu Yang clearly saw jealousy and depression in his eyes. Pervert, kill him. Another person shouted. I've never seen such a shameless person in this world. The one who said this was a woman. Her face was cold and arrogant. Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. The sword spirit reminded him in the tribulation space. The pagoda mountain has already entered the space. It's gone. You're standing on the main road now. Chu Yang suddenly realized. But why did they attack me? The sword spirit smiled mockingly. I don't know either. Chu Yang dodged a sword and a saber, caught 3 stones flying towards him and caught a few eggs. Then, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seemed like his body was cold. Looking down, he couldn't help but exclaim, I'm not wearing any clothes. Of course, when Chu Yang was undergoing the Great Tao test in the Purple Crystal Cave, the violent spiritual energy had already torn all his clothes into shreds. Having been in the Purple Crystal Cave all this time, he had also gotten used to it. Now that he had suddenly taken in the entire pagoda mountain, he was still baffled. Appearing in broad daylight just like that, he wouldn't be treated as an outsider. That would be strange. At this moment, the great and upright Minister Chu was completely naked. He was fighting, dodging, and, on the side of the road, it was actually the dense forest where he had fought with Yizue. Chu Yang was really embarrassed in that instant. No wonder he felt empty down there. I'll dodge. Chu Yang jumped up and rushed out while covering his face. Cough. Chu Yang covered his face. This was the first time in 2 generations. With a whoosh, he disappeared, leaving behind a bunch of baffled people. Where's that person just now? He's gone. Chu Yang rushed into the forest anxiously. He immediately took out a set of black clothes and put them on. Only then did he let out a long sigh. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. The next moment, he remembered. This road has always been very remote. There shouldn't be so many people. What are so many people going to do? Chapter 2050. The heavenly passageway was finally opened. Ning Tianya sighed. He was also shocked by the changes in heaven and earth for a long time before he remembered Chu Yang's instructions. Yes, it would be good to go down and take a look. Swaying his body, he walked slowly toward the entrance of the passageway. It was around here, not far at all. Ning Tianya could overtake it with just a quick movement. When he reached the entrance of the passageway, he saw that there were already people from the Lan clan standing guard. Not far away, there was also a house of the Lan clan. By the looks of it, they had been standing guard here for a long time. Many people were coming out of the house and walking toward the entrance of the passageway. "Old man, what are you looking at like a thief? Where are you going?" Just as he turned the corner, someone suddenly shouted. Ning Tianya was stunned for a long time before he realized that this old man was referring to himself. He couldn't help but become angry. "Do I really look so familiar? I want to go down. All of you get out of the way." Ning Tianya really didn't even have the interest to fight with this small fry in front of him. "Go down? You want to go down?" The burly man from the Lan clan laughed. "You want to go down in the afternoon? You want to go down just because you want to? Who do you think you are? Are you Ning Tianya?" Ning Tianya was both angry and amused at once. This guy is really impressive, guessing who I am with just one sentence. Unfortunately, it's sarcastic. "Yes, how do you know that I'm Ning Tianya?" Ning Tianya asked with a smile. That burly man was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter and said in a strange tone, "You're Ning Tianya? Ha ha ha. Old Ning, you don't recognize me? I'm Bulu Qing." The 7 or 8 burly men beside him laughed so hard that they were convulsing. Ning Tianya's face darkened. "These few bastards, I simply can't tolerate them. I was half angry at Chu Yang, and now that I'm here, I'm half angry again. And it's these few wretched small fries." In a rage, he shouted, "Get lost." An awe-inspiring aura was suddenly released. The next moment, as if they had seen a ghost, these 7 or 8 people suddenly went limp and couldn't move at all. Ning Tianya snorted coldly. Suddenly, he felt that there was really no need for the Lan clan to exist. But then, he felt his murderous intent because of these few small fries. It was really beneath his status. However, a feeling suddenly arose in his heart. If the Lan clan really doesn't know what's good for them in the lower 3 heavens, then I'll just kill them. He walked in leisurely, passing by 7 or 8 people and entering the passageway. At this moment, the Lan clan's troops were still several hundred feet away from this place. Seeing someone who didn't belong to the Lan clan enter the passageway, he couldn't help but feel surprised. But when they got closer, Ning Tianya had already disappeared without a trace. Ning Tianya sped along the passageway. In just a short while, he had already walked through half of the passageway. He was neither surprised nor happy. Everything was calm. At this moment, he saw a black line flying towards him from the other side of the tunnel. Ning Tianya was taken aback. The people coming from the other side were very strong. Could it be that there was such an expert in these 3 heavens? While he was pondering, the person in front of him was getting closer and closer. It was only then that Ning Tianya discovered that it was a black-robed man. He was holding a young girl's waist. It seemed as if he was flying all the way. He arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, following which, the black-clothed man also exclaimed in surprise. When he noticed Ning Tianya, he actually stopped. From extreme speed to standing still with a person in tow, it was actually as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. Extremely natural. This kind of control also made Ning Tianya exclaim in admiration. The person's long hair was loose and smooth, draped over his shoulders, but it gave off a strange feeling. And this person's appearance was also very strange. One of his eyebrows was pointing straight up towards the sky, while the other was pointing straight down. One of his eyes was big, while the other was small. Moreover, the 2 ears seemed to be somewhat asymmetrical. Ning Tianya only gave him a glance. He just couldn't bear to look at him. This guy looked too miserable. He was about to brush past him, but this person actually reached out and stopped him. Ning Tianya raised his head in surprise. He saw that this person was looking at him. Suddenly, there was a look of shock on his face. Ning Tianya was even more puzzled. Could it be that he knows me? Then, he heard this person ask in a shocked voice, "Old man, am I handsome?" Ning Tianya felt a little dizzy at once. Am I handsome? With your looks, which part of you is even close to handsome? But Ning Tianya also knew that even though this person's strength was weaker than his, it was probably not much weaker. If they were to fight, it would really delay time. And this person didn't seem like a bad person. He smiled and said, Handsome. You're simply too handsome. This old man has lived for so many years, but I've never seen a second person more handsome than you. Waha, old man, you have good taste. The black-clothed man laughed loudly. With the girl beside him in his arms, he walked past Ning Tianya. It was as if he suddenly stopped just to ask someone if he was handsome or not. Ning Tianya shook his head and continued to walk forward. Then, he heard a voice behind him. Sure enough, the aesthetic standards of the upper three heavens are different from the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. Both the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens say that I'm ugly. Who would have thought that now that I'm in the upper three heavens, I immediately become a handsome man? This voice was actually somewhat complacent. The voice gradually faded away. He only heard the girl say, Well, you're very handsome to begin with. That's right, ha ha ha. Finally, it disappeared. Ning Tianya almost fell. He thought to himself that the heavenly passage had finally opened, and the first person to go up was actually a lunatic, and a very powerful one at that. Shaking his head, he flew all the way and disappeared into the passage. Everyone knew that the two people just now were, of course, Tantan and Xie Danfeng. Tantan was very happy now. He walked forward as if he was floating. He had just entered the passage when he was sure that the old man was stronger than him. There was no need for him to be afraid of him, but he was sure that he was very handsome. This was what made Tantan the happiest. Another group of people came in front of him. The group was neat and orderly, and they entered in a single file. It seemed very organized. It was the large group of people from the Lan clan who had set off for the lower three heavens. These people had been waiting here for more than half a year. After the Grand Duke went down, there was no news until now. The clan was extremely anxious, especially now that the younger generation of the Lan clan was almost all dead. The clan was even more anxious. A few days ago, there was news of 2 dukes being killed. The clan gave a strict order. As soon as the passage opened, go down and find the Grand Duke immediately to see how he was doing now. Therefore, as soon as they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, everyone immediately started to make preparations. After that, they immediately set off. They didn't expect that there would be someone earlier than them. An old man actually went into their clan's passage first. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Even if that old man was an expert, it was the same. Therefore, everyone decided to catch up with that old man and teach him a lesson. There were quite a few supreme martial artists in this group of people. Halfway through the passage, they saw a man in black coming toward them. He had a strange appearance and was incomparably vile. But what made everyone feel the most uncomfortable was this incomparably vile-looking guy was actually holding a peerless beauty. This made everyone feel a little unbalanced. Actually, Xie Danfeng's looks were 1 in 1,000. She was quite pretty, but she definitely couldn't be considered a peerless beauty. But now, Xie Danfeng was beside Tantan. With Tantan's looks as a contrast, how was this a peerless beauty? She was practically a fairy. No, even fairies weren't this beautiful. What devastatingly beautiful. What shameful flowers obstructing the moon. All of them paled in comparison to Xie Danfeng, who was beside Tantan. At this stage, this group of experts didn't have any lustful thoughts. But now that they saw this standard case of a beautiful flower being inserted into cow dung, they still felt that it was a waste of natural resources. But this had nothing to do with them. Even if it was a pity, they could only pretend that they didn't see it. Someone couldn't help but curse. Immediately, someone stopped him. Our mission is to go down to the lower three heavens. See if there's any progress with the Grand Duke. If there's no progress, then capture the woman of the Tribulation Sword Master. This is a matter of life and death for our Lan clan. We can't complicate things. As for the passage, there will naturally be people guarding it. Our journey is more important. Seeing that they were about to pass by, everyone pretended that they didn't see anything and hurried on with their journey gloomily. Those two people were talking through telepathy. Logically speaking, others shouldn't be able to hear it. But Tantan's cultivation was several levels higher than theirs. He also had the secret technique of the divine clan, so he heard it clearly. He couldn't help but be startled. These people are from the Long clan? They want to capture the woman of the Tribulation Sword Master? Isn't that Chu Yang's woman? Fuck. So, you want to capture my sister-in-law? Thinking of this, how could he still hold it in? He immediately stood still. He opened his hands and blocked the passage. Hey, all of you stop. The experts of the Long clan were startled. You should be laughing if we don't find trouble with you. Now you're actually finding trouble with us? Is there something wrong with your head? Holding back their anger, they asked, What's wrong? Tantan raised his head, raised his chin and asked, Do you think I'm handsome? The supreme martial artist leading the Long clan felt dizzy. He said angrily, What does it have to do with me whether you're handsome or not? Get out of the way. Tantan said stubbornly, No, you tell me first, am I handsome or not? Immediately, two people laughed out loud. One of them said mockingly, What a bastard. He looks like dog shit, and he actually has the face to ask others if he's handsome or not. Instantly, there was a wave of laughter. Tantan's face darkened. He said angrily, You said I look like dog shit? Are you sure you're talking about me? That person said, I don't know if you look like dog shit, but I see a pile of dog shit in my eyes asking others if he's handsome or not. Before he finished speaking, Tantan roared furiously, How dare you call me dog shit? He reached out and grabbed. His arms suddenly extended infinitely. He grabbed that person's head and pulled him over. Pa. He slapped him on the face. Then, he slapped him again. After slapping him more than 10 times, he asked, Am I handsome or not? He was using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Now, he was even more merciless. After more than 10 slaps, that person's head had turned into tofu pudding. He was already dead. How could he answer his question? But Tantan didn't let it go. He said furiously, You actually didn't answer my question. He grabbed another person and asked fiercely, Am I handsome or not? Looks like it's 5 chapters. Yes, the remaining 5 chapters will be added in the second half of January. After midnight, I'll post a chapter and go to sleep. I don't know if I can wake up tomorrow. So, I don't dare to say if there will be an update now. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day. I will explain next month's update plan in the chapter. Let me ask you in advance. I want to rest. What do you think? Chapter 2051. Knowing that this old man in front of her was actually the #1 expert in the world, Ning Tianya, Tai Butian was also greatly shocked. Although Ning Tianya looked calm and composed on the surface, he was also extremely embarrassed on the inside. After all, this matter was a little too comical. She was here to help someone, but she was knocked down by a 1-year-old child instead. Not to mention Ning Tianya, even if the Saint Tian K were here, he would probably be too ashamed to show his face. But Tai Butian only used one sentence to resolve Ning Tianya's embarrassment. If there really is happiness in this world, then I have it now. Thank you, Senior Ning. Ning Tianya was the most embarrassed, but he was also moved by this sentence. Because Ning Tianya was invited by Chu Yang. As a woman who had been separated from her beloved for a long time, to be able to receive help from her beloved at the most difficult time was a great blessing to Tai Butian. Ning Tianya's arrival meant that nothing would go wrong. In that case, it also guaranteed Tai Butian's happiness in the future. Like a stabilizing force, Ning Tianya's arrival was absolutely uplifting. Tai Butian used such a tactful method to express her joy and satisfaction. Ning Tianya needed to think before he could understand. And it was during this time of thinking that all his embarrassment was blown away by the wind just like that. And to a certain extent, it also resolved some of the slight hostility in Ning Tianya's heart. After all, the empress in front of him was his disciple's love rival. But now, there was no empress in front of Ning Tianya. only an ordinary woman who felt extremely blissful because of a little concern from her beloved. I naturally won't let Chu Yang down by coming here today. Ning Tianya smiled and said, I will do my best to ensure the safety of your Majesty's mother. Although Ning Tianya was very confident, he still didn't make a promise. Tai Butian said seriously, if Senior Ning is confident, please, protect the safety of the people of the lower three heavens. This storm arose because of Chu Yang and me, but I don't want anyone in this world to suffer and suffer because of this matter. Ever since I ascended the throne, the world has been peaceful and peaceful. Currently, the world is at peace and the people are recuperating. The hardships of the war a few years ago have been slightly recovered in these few years. Now, the people are living in peace and happiness. But this kind of happiness didn't come easily. Very fragile. If a great battle were to break out at this time, or if the battle between the strong caused the sky to fall and the earth to shatter, it would definitely cast a shadow over the hearts of the people, and they might even be hurt. So, I'll have to trouble Senior Ning. Ning Tianya sighed and said, of course. At this moment, to this empress, Ning Tianya actually felt some admiration for him. It was rare for him to experience such moments, but this time, it was because of Tai Butian's magnanimity. In the eyes of ordinary people, if someone knew the inside story, they would definitely think, your husband is the master of Calamity Sword, who soars above the sky. As long as you follow me, you will have endless glory, splendor, wealth, and power. Worldly imperial power and the power of life and death held by the gods in the sky could not be compared at all. After all, in the eyes of the strong, the common people of the world were just ants. However, Tai Butian was a woman. However, he was able to abide by his duty and seek happiness for the people of the world with his own strength. This responsibility was not something that could be easily thrown away. Ning Tianya had been in the lower three heavens for several days now, but everyone was full of praise for this emperor wherever he went. He was a wise man. It never stopped. This was the most honest evaluation from the people at the bottom of the world. Such an emperor was rare since ancient times. What's more, this emperor was a woman. Ning Tianya said softly, when this matter is over, your Majesty can accompany little brother Chu Yang to roam the world and laugh proudly at the heavens. Wouldn't that be great? Tai Butian's eyes were a little misty. She looked forward to it a little, but then she took a deep breath. She said softly, responsibility lies in the heart and shoulders. Everyone has their own responsibilities. She smiled faintly. In the eyes of the supreme martial artists, or the so-called immortals and saints of the secular world, the common people of the world are only ants. They don't care about them at all. However, which saint or god in the world didn't evolve from the body of an ant? No matter what stage one is at, forgetting one's ant origin, even if one is the ruler of the heavens, I can also say that that is forgetting one's roots. And what right does a person who forgets one's roots have to talk about the great Tao? If immortals and saints can ignore the suffering of the world, then what's the use of immortals and saints? Chu Yang has Chu Yang's mission and I also have my responsibilities. Tai Butian looked at the mountains and rivers outside the main hall and said slowly, my responsibilities are these mountains and rivers and the people of this world. Even an ant has an ant's happiness. They also have the right to be happy. If others can't bring them happiness, then my responsibilities will always be on my shoulders. The emperor doesn't differentiate between men and women, only politics. I am the emperor. Being the emperor is a job, not an honor. As a woman, I can't be the best. But as an emperor, it's not something that can be given up easily. Just closing one's eyes can cause millions of people to suffer unspeakably. Just slacking off can cause millions of people to be in poverty. Tai Butian's eyes dimmed for a moment. She said, others may be a woman first and then have other identities, but I have to be an emperor first before I can. Talk about being a woman. Ning Tianya didn't say anything. Tai Butian's words were from the bottom of her heart. In front of people like Ning Tianya, She couldn't fake it. As long as a word didn't come from her heart, Ning Tianya would be able to sense it. But all the way until Tai Butian finished speaking, Ning Tianya only felt absolute sincerity. Supremacy Ning couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. He really didn't know what kind of luck Chu Yang had to actually have such an extraordinary woman fall in love with him. A woman like this made Ning Tianya speechless. Ning Tianya only rejoiced in his heart. If his disciple competed fairly with her, he might really lose. After a moment of silence, even Ning Tianya didn't know why he suddenly said, Chu Yang's woman is this old man's disciple, his only brother. Tai Butian didn't seem surprised. She just smiled. What do you mean, elder? Actually, Ning Tianya already wanted to slap himself when he said that. He was even more speechless now. Chu Yang already has someone he loves. I've known about it a long time ago, so I've always kept my feelings a secret. Tai Butian seemed to be explaining something. She laughed bitterly and said, I don't like to fight with others, nor do I like others to fight with me. If he hadn't been poisoned back then, he would never have known about my identity. After that, I found out that I was pregnant. Tai Butian pursed her lips and said, at that time, I even wanted to use the palace's secret prescription to abort this child. I didn't want to be a burden to him, nor did I want to give him a reason to accept me, but I'm still a woman after all, and I'm still selfish. Tai Butian said self-deprecatingly, firstly, I can't bear to have a child with a man I approve of. Secondly, as a mother, I can't bear to do that. Thirdly, Iron Cloud also needs an heir. Among the direct descendants of the Iron Cloud royal family, I'm the only one left. If I don't have an heir, it will definitely end here. Surely Elder doesn't think that I, Tai Butian, am the kind of woman who can have a child with any random man. Tai Butian smiled mockingly. Then, she said seriously, so, even if I'm scolded for being shameless because of this, I have no regrets. No woman would kill her own flesh and blood just because someone else scolded her for being shameless. Her. Even if I've caused harm to your disciple, I can only say sorry. Tai Butian laughed softly. Actually, your disciple is also one of the reasons why I didn't want to go to the upper three heavens to accompany Chu Yang. As women, we all understand each other. It's very difficult for me to face my guilt towards her, especially when we're face to face. I can still comfort myself by lying to myself here, but if, Tai Butian said solemnly, somewhat dejectedly, Ning Tianya finally had nothing to say towards such a woman, even though he was still dissatisfied and even hostile when he came down. His heart was full of admiration at this moment. As a woman, she was flawless. As an emperor, she was invincible and also the most qualified. As a human, she was still a success. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh and said sincerely, the emperor's name is Butian. No wonder he can really nourish the heavens. Tai Butian was silent for a moment. Then, she said, thank you for your compliment, elder. Ning Tianya stood up and said, I want to go and see my wife. Your Majesty, please allow me. Tai Butian nodded and smiled. Elder Ning, please go ahead. In my Iron Cloud, Elder Ning can go anywhere you want. Ning Tianya left with a smile, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These few words kept echoing in Ning Tianya's heart. Which saint or deity didn't evolve from the body of an ant? No matter what stage you've reached, if you forget your insignificant origin, even if you're the ruler of the heavens, I can also say that you've forgotten your roots. And what right do people who have forgotten their roots have to talk about the great Tao? If becoming a deity or a saint means that one can ignore the suffering of the world, then what's the use of becoming a deity or a saint? In Ning Tianya's heart, these few words were like the rolling thunder of the evening drum and morning bell, echoing unceasingly. Every time, he seemed to have a new kind of understanding. When he thought of that child, that tree, that strange world, another layer of understanding appeared in Ning Tianya's heart. I, Ning Tianya, have been stuck at this bottleneck for more than 10,000 years. Now that I've accepted someone else's commission to come to the lower three heavens, I've instead obtained something that I've never even dreamed of before in this lower three heavens that I've never taken a proper look at before. In the past, I was only worried that there was no path in front of me. But now, everyone in the lower three heavens has actually pointed out a path for me. From having no path at all, it has suddenly become two paths, becoming a three-way junction. Ning Tianya shook his head and laughed. This is really unexpected. However, the secret on that little fellow is even bigger. My gains from coming to the lower three heavens this time are too great. Chapter 2052. No matter how thick-skinned one wouldn't treat this as glory either. After being beaten up, having one's spirit sealed and beaten up, to actually go around bragging about it as glory. Guigu felt that he wasn't that crazy. Going by this analogy, the other two naturally wouldn't be so stupid either. However, he couldn't refute Chu Yang's words, because this was indeed the truth. If he wasn't a top-notch expert, that person really wouldn't seal his spirit and enter. Back then, my big brother had once said that in this world, there were only 10 people who were qualified to fight with him. And Elder Gu was one of them. My big brother also only explained to me about the other two people whose names were on this token. May I know who the others are? Chu Yang smiled and said, Elder Gu is very familiar with the heroes of the world. You must know, right? Guigu frowned. His squarish head swayed like an 8-pound hammer. He said, I really don't know who has fought with this crazy person before. Chu Yang sweated. Then, in Elder Gu's mind, who are the experts in this world? Guigu raised his head, his eyes somewhat perplexed, as if he was thinking and rummaging through his memories. Mo Tianji's ears twitched. His gaze became serious. These were top-notch information that ordinary people couldn't know. Ever since I came out, I've been defeated 8 times. Guigu said, and before my cultivation reached peak level, that's not counted. These words immediately shocked Chu Yang and the others. Before his cultivation reached peak level, that was not counted. This meant that after he reached peak level, he had actually been defeated by 8 people in succession. This matter made Chu Yang and the others break out in cold sweat. Were there so many experts in this world? The first time, I snatched a treasure and attracted someone. This person beat me up, but I had already sold that treasure. That beating wasn't light. But in the end, after that person found out about my mission, he didn't kill me. Instead, he gave me 1,000,000 purple crystals. Guigu said. Chu Yang frowned. Who was that person? That person was called Wu Chunfeng. Guigu thought hard. That was 30,000 years ago? Or more than 10,000 years ago? My memory is really unclear. Wu Chunfeng, supreme martial artist Chen Feng. Chu Yang's body shook. The second loss was to a beautiful woman called Lu Yun. She really likes her horse. At that time, they had agreed to deposit it. She didn't sell it, but the price she offered me was more than 10 times higher than what I offered to sell my horse. But in the end, I still couldn't help myself and took some blood essence to eat. I didn't expect that woman to actually be able to tell after she came back. She gave me a good beating. Guigu grimaced. It was only after she beat me up that I found out that she was Wu Chunfeng's wife. Chu Yang was speechless. This Guigu really knew how to stir up trouble. He was a character from the Morning Star. One of them beat him up. Mo Tianji suddenly interrupted. That's not right. Ancient, as far as I know, whether it was 20,000 years ago or 30,000 years ago. Seniors Chen Feng and Lu Yun are no longer in this world. Guigu said furiously, Don't interrupt. How could I not know that they went up and came back? At that time, it was said that they were preparing to save someone. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji immediately understood. So when Wu Jueqing was rescued, it was Chen Feng and Lu Yun who had returned personally. I lost the third battle. It was a law enforcement officer. At that time, I was poor. Our clan had already been cut off for a month, so I robbed a law enforcement officer headquarters. Then, an old fellow came out of the law enforcement officers. That battle lasted for 5 days, and I only lost by 1 move. Guigu shook his head. He sighed. Sigh. I also lost by 1 move. The 10 of them had crooked mouths and slanted eyes. Fuck. Robbing a law enforcement officer headquarters. Even if you were truly courting death, you wouldn't do it like that. To think that this fellow in front of them was actually still alive. This was really. Is that law enforcement officer still alive now? Chu Yang asked anxiously and anxiously. Gui Gu gave him a sideways glance and snorted. He was very displeased with Chu Yang for interrupting his recollection. However, on account of Divine King Chu, he still replied reluctantly, at our level of cultivation, it's hard even for us to die, even if we want to. Chu Yang coughed twice and exchanged a look with Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji's countenance was grim. If that person was still alive, he would probably be their most terrifying enemy. My fourth defeat, and it was by a bad old fellow among the law enforcement officers. Gui Gu was very furious. I've suffered 3 defeats at the hands of the law enforcement officers. Each time, it was the humiliation of one move. Yet I fucking switched to 3 people. Fuck their grannies. Mo Tianji's face was as though he was in a deep sleep. His fingers couldn't help but twirl. 3 people. 3 people. Chu Yang felt the same way as well. At this moment, he wished he could curse at the same time as Gu Igu. Fuck their grannies. So many. My first defeat was to your big brother. Gu Igu gave Chu Yang a sideways glance resentfully. Actually, this 7th defeat couldn't be considered a defeat at all. I was basically just being beaten up from the start to the end. I didn't really fight at all. For the sake of Elder Gu's honesty, Chu Yang very politely spat out a mouthful of tea at him. Gui Gu snorted. His body shook, and a wave of mist rose. The tea that had been spat on his face earlier evaporated completely. However, after I lost to your big brother, my appearance changed. The law enforcement officers couldn't find me anymore. Gui Gu was actually rather proud of himself. It was only then that Chu Yang and the others understood. This fellow must have been hunted down by law enforcement experts after robbing the law enforcement headquarters. That was why he had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Zi Xieching slapped him from tall and thin to short and fat. She had actually helped him achieve his goal, making it so that the law enforcement officers couldn't find him anymore. One had to admit that the affairs of the world were really amazing. As for the defeat in the 7th match, I brought it upon myself. It can't be considered a defeat. If my primordial spirit wasn't restrained, that fellow might not have been my match. Gu Igu grinned, his big white teeth gleaming. I heard that a number 1 expert had popped up. His name was Tianya or something, so I want to fight him. This was something that happened 7,000 years ago. Back then, I really didn't expect to lose either. Cough. Actually, I didn't lose either. I was just struck twice by his sword. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who had always been straightforward, couldn't bear to listen to this. Ning Tianya struck you twice. Then, did you strike him? Gui Gu's face flushed red. He twisted his logic and said, he's much younger than me. He's considered a junior. I let him have his way. Apart from Mo Qingwu, who was nestled in Chu Yang's arms, the rest of the 11 people turned their heads at the same time and sprayed tea in unison. Cough, cough. Elder Gu is really of noble character. Chu Yang praised him against his will. I always thought that I was thick-skinned. This old fellow's skin is much thicker than mine. Gui Gu's face and neck were red. My primordial spirit had already been sealed by your big brother back then. If I see Ning Tianya now, I'll definitely beat him up so badly that he has to look for his teeth all over the floor. Why? You don't believe me. We believe you. Chu Yang and the others nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They thought, what's the use of us believing you? Didn't you still lose anyway? In the 8th match, I didn't even have a chance to make a move. I was restrained just like that. That person was stronger than your big brother. Much stronger. A look of lingering fear appeared on Gu Igu's face. And it happened just half a year ago. Half a year ago. Chu Yang thought about it and asked, was that person very handsome and suave, looking just like a scholar? Gu Igu jumped to his feet at once, a look of astonishment on his face. How did you know? Chu Yang smiled. How could he not know? Because this defeat that Gu Igu had suffered should have been Shuelehan's. It should have been right before he met Shui Lei Han back then, which was also the time when Chu Young asked Gui Gu, "You didn't take in your horse the last time I came." Given Shui Lei Han's cultivation, if Gui Gu could react to it, that would be really strange instead. Cough. Chu Young coughed. He might as well boast all the way. Of course I know. Because that person is also my big brother. Gui Gu was stunned. After a long while, he exclaimed, "Lei Feng is also your big brother." Finally, his eyes widened as he cried out in grief and indignation, "I have a feud with your family." Chu Young burst into laughter. "Haven't we turned enemies into friends now?" Gui Gu heaved a long sigh. Chu Young also heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Zi Sheqing left, she had left behind quite a number of mysteries for Chu Young. But today, one of them was finally solved here. Moreover, Chu Young was also really sure. At least 3 of the top 10 experts that Zi Sheqing had mentioned back then were his enemies. Gui Gu had mentioned 8 of them. Out of that, excluding supreme martial artists Chen Feng and his wife, Ning Tianya, who hadn't fought with Zi Sheqing, and Shui Lei Han, there were only 4 of them left. Out of the 10 people that Zi Sheqing had mentioned, excluding Moonbreeze, there were still 1 left. Excluding Gui Gu, there were still 8 left. Excluding Chen Feng and Lu Yun, there were still 1 left. Assuming that all 3 of the law enforcement officers had fought with Zi Sheqing, then there were still 3 people left out of the 10. Who were those 3 people? No one knew what that was. Chu Young was rather troubled. He was assuming that all 3 of the law enforcement officers had fought with Zi Sheqing. What if none of them had fought with Zi Sheqing before? This wasn't something impossible. Wouldn't that mean that there was still one person whose whereabouts couldn't be found? And this person was a huge sore point for Chu Young. What if all of them were law enforcement officers? Chu Young thought about it so much that he felt dizzy. Beside him, Mo Tianji was deep in thought with his head lowered. Ao Sheyun's brows were tightly furrowed. Mo Lei's eyes were filled with worry. Xie Danqiong's expression was solemn. Gu Duxing's brows were tightly knitted together. They had all heard something unusual from this conversation. Dong Wushang's expression was calm and unperturbed. GMO grinned and didn't take it to heart. Luo Kadi looked at the sky from the corner of his eyes, not considering at all. Rue Budong's legs swung back and forth, even more relaxed. These few people definitely wouldn't use their brains. To Dong Wushang, they weren't afraid. A sovereign in front of him also used a saber strike. A second-grade supreme martial artist also used a saber strike. Even if Shui Lei Han was right in front of him, as long as he was an enemy, he would use a saber strike. As for winning or losing, Second Master Dong had never considered it. Second Master Ji and Luo Kadi, on the other hand, thought, this isn't within the scope of our worries. Anyway, there are things to worry about. Whatever they say, we'll do it. As for Rue Budong, it was even simpler. At most, we'll just fight with our lives on the line. The few brothers had completely different mentalities. To be continued. Chapter 2053. Especially Dong Wushang and the other 3, they were even more carefree and lazy. No wonder Mo Tianji often said that if I worry about these guys every day, sooner or later, I will age prematurely. The enemy can't torture me, but these bastards can also tire me to death. After resting for a while, the group bade farewell. Gui Gu didn't ask them to stay and sent them out. Have a safe journey. Gui Gu waved at the 11 of them. Don't worry, we will meet very soon. With a wave of Chu Yang's hand, the 11 of them disappeared from the snowy peak in the blink of an eye. Gui Gu scratched his head and muttered to himself, I'm not going to the place you guys are going to. How will we meet very soon? In a snowy land. The camps of the 8 super clans stood silently. Diwu Qingru stood at the entrance of the tent, looking at the snowflakes flying in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu had already been gone for 2 days and had yet to return. Diwu Qingru wasn't worried about the 2 of them, but he was looking forward to one person, Chu Yang. If Chu Yang didn't come, the pressure from that side would be too little. There wouldn't be any resistance at all. So much time has already passed. It's such a good opportunity to stir up chaos in the world. As the Tribulation Sword Master, you can't possibly not seize it. But why is there still no movement? Diwu Qingru wondered. Then, his thoughts turned back to that mysterious person. Who exactly is making use of this matter? Why does it seem like he's really helping me? After standing there for a long time, Diwu Qingru didn't move at all. But he didn't know that just a moment ago, several thousand feet to the right of the camp, a dozen figures drifted over like a breeze and into the northwest. The Tribulation Sword Master that Diwu Qingru had been looking forward to was actually already here. Under Chu Yang's lead and Mo Tianji's planning, he was like a sharp arrow that pierced straight into the northwest snowy plains. Of course, they had noticed the camps of the 8 superclans. But now wasn't the time for them to show their prowess. Besides, the other party was very strong here. Mo Tianji didn't intend to fight them head-on at all. Mo Tianji's real plan, to not expose his identity, to make use of the Li clan's power and fight a war of attrition with the 8 superclans. The more power they depleted, the better. Now that things had come to this point, even Chu Yang couldn't guess what Mo Tianji was thinking. The snowflakes in the sky were thick and dense. Chu Yang realized that the places that he had cleared and the mountain ranges that he had overturned the last time he came here were already covered in silver. There was a place that was still fresh in Chu Yang's memory. He tried to turn over the layer of snow and found that the layer of snow had increased by 70 to 80 feet. It could be seen that during this period of time, the heavens had not been idle. It had been snowing with all its might. The 11 of them were all dressed in white under Chu Yang's insistence. Mo Qingwu's red clothes had also become snow-white. The small wind fox was still sleeping in Mo Qingwu's pocket, but a small tail had grown out from its butt. Chu Yang was amazed. This little guy has eaten a lot of good things. Was he planning to sleep all the way to the peak? After resting 3 times, they had reached the depth of 2,000 miles. Although they were already far enough away from the Li clan's headquarters, Mo Tianji was still cautious. He ordered everyone to fly close to the ground. They must not leave any traces behind. While they were rushing forward, they suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the front. In this world of ice and snow, there were actually people fighting? Chu Yang, who was at the front, waved his hand. The 11 of them lay down neatly on the snow. The sound became more and more urgent, and it was moving towards them. It was the sound of weapons clashing. There were also people cursing furiously. They could faintly hear someone saying, "Who are you people?" "Who? Li clan?" Then, there was a sinister laugh. The sound of the wind suddenly became louder. But everyone knew that this was not because the wind had become louder, but because the people fighting were getting closer and closer. The sound of the wind caused by their fighting was mixed with the power of heaven and earth, causing the wind force to increase by several times. Mo Tianji frowned. He thought for a while and exchanged a look with Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded slowly. The 2 of them understood that since there were people fighting here, it must be people from the 8 superclans and the Li clan. At most, there would be law enforcement officers. No matter which side, to them, they were all enemies, but also opportunities. Chu Yang turned his head. Mo Tianji stretched out his hands and pointed to both sides. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Mo Qingwu, GMO, and Luo Kadi silently went to the left side. Then, the white snow rolled and buried the 5 of them under the snow. Mo Tianji, Dong Wushang, Ao Sheyun, Xie Danqiang, Rui Badong, and Mo Lei stayed on the right side. A path of 400 to 500 feet was cleared. With a whoosh, a white figure rushed over as fast as lightning. Beside him, there was another white figure, but he was already drenched in blood. Behind them, left and right, there were 2 figures flying in the air. As one of them flew down, he laughed sinisterly. "Xiao Jingyan, since you've come to us, do you still want to leave? Stay and have some fun." The thin and long figure in front was Xiao Jingyan of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing that, he said angrily, "You are indeed from the Li clan." The white figure let out a long laugh and said sternly, "Nonsense." He attacked from the air. Xiao Jingyin dodged and Shi Qishu beside him rushed over. The two of them whistled and rushed back with all their might instead of fighting. The big hand in midair made a crack in the air with a whoosh. It seemed to make a sound like glass breaking. The crack extended in all directions, and a black hole appeared. But Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu had already rushed out. Two 8th-grade supreme martial artists joined forces. Although the other party was 4 8th-grade supreme martial artists and they couldn't beat them, escaping was not a problem. But how could Chu Yang let them escape? If they left, where would he go to watch the show? With a thought, the sword spirit rushed out of the tribulation space with a whoosh, invisibly blocking the way of the two of them breaking out. The two of them had just rushed out 200 feet when a murderous aura suddenly rose in front of them. The two of them were shocked. Before they could dodge, the murderous aura had already hit them in the face, as if there was a pair of hands in the dark. The left hand pressed on Xiao Jingyin's forehead, and the right hand on Shi Qishu's shoulder. The two of them screamed and staggered. At the same time, they shouted, "Ghost!" For a moment, they were scared out of their wits. The sword spirit attacked with an illusory body. Although the enemy couldn't hurt him, he couldn't hurt them either. But it was enough to obstruct them. With this obstruction, the 4 white-robed men behind them had already flown out. They stood in front of Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu and sneered. Xiao Jingyin, Shi Qishu, you can't leave. Shi Qishu's eyes were still filled with fear as he stared ahead. His lips trembled and turned pale. There's a ghost? What ghost? The leading white-robed masked man waved his hand. Kill them. The 4 of them attacked together. Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu were uneasy and at once fell into a disadvantageous position. Just now, the two of them clearly felt a cold hand touching their foreheads and could clearly feel the power on it. Now that they opened their eyes and saw nothing, they panicked at once. And in the midst of a fierce battle, they couldn't concentrate. Instantly, they fell into a state of being beaten up. But the 4 white-robed men were also anxious and cursed wildly. They didn't really want to kill Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu in the first place. They just kept exerting pressure on them. But now, these 2 bastards actually didn't run away. And they were in a daze. Weren't they fucking courting death? It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't ruin our plan. On the other side, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were communicating telepathically. What plan? This was Chu Yang. Should we leave these 2 here? Mo Tianji said, these 2, one is called Xiao Jingyin and the other is called Shi Qishu. Both are important figures in big clans. If we leave them here, it will be helpful for our future plans. Chu Yang pondered, but I don't understand. But one thing is for sure. These 4 are definitely not from the Li clan. I've basically seen everyone from the Li clan, especially the experts. Mo Tianji was silent for a while, as if shocked by Chu Yang's words. Then, he said, not from the Li clan, but pretending to be from the Li clan to stop us? Yes. Chu Yang frowned. Mo Tianji said, then, what is their purpose? Or rather, what are their plans? Could it be on Diwu Qingrou's side? Chu Yang was puzzled. That's the problem. There is no such expert on Diwu Qingrou's side. Mo Tianji frowned at once. As soon as he heard about this situation, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Mo Tianji thought for a while and said slowly, Diwu Qingrou's strength. Whether there is such an expert, can you be sure? Chu Yang was startled. I can't be sure. Mo Tianji's eyes flickered. He said slowly, although I can't be sure, I know that Diwu Qingrou's shadow is definitely here. So I've decided that this chance encounter will be my first battle with Diwu Qingrou. The first battle. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. So soon. So early. It's coming? Chu Yang looked at the battle circle and said, Tianji, can you tell? These 4 people didn't use any killing moves at all, although their murderous intent is very strong. But I have a feeling that they don't want these 2 people's lives. Mo Tianji said, yes? So, the possibility of Diwu Qingrou using this matter as a pretext is the highest. No matter what Chu Yang said, Mo Tianji was now set on Diwu Qingrou. Apply pressure? Chu Yang muttered to himself. Mo Tianji's voice suddenly became urgent. No matter what, We have to mess up this matter once. These 4 people don't want these 2 people to die. This is for sure. But we can't let them do as they wish. Chu Young said. What do you mean? Let's interfere and keep these 2 people here? Mo Tianji's eyes flashed and he said decisively, One dead. That's the best situation. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Brilliant plan. The battle here was close to reaching its climax. Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu quickly adjusted their moods. Although they were still suspicious, they didn't dare to be distracted anymore. But the disadvantage had already been set. The 2 of them used all their skills but couldn't turn the situation around. At this moment, Mo Tianji, who was at the side, transmitted his voice, Move. Chapter 2054. Don't think that. You don't have the right to think that. Lan Mofeng immediately said, You can only see it after they go over, but can't you see it before they go over? Why must it be after they go over? The person on the other side said somewhat unjustly, It's like this, before they went over. A few people also went over first and raised a large amount of snow and dust. Similarly, it's hard to see clearly, and we definitely don't dare to go close. Someone went over before? Diwu Qingru frowned and went over to ask, How many people do you think there are? The person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, Estimated, at least 150 to 200 people. The direction is in our direction? Asked Diwu Qingru. Yes, in a straight line. Their target is where our alliance headquarters is. Okay, that's all for you. Diwu Qingru motioned for Lan Mofeng to cut off. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His brows were tightly knitted and his eyes were full of thoughts. Below, the dozen or so people all looked at him somewhat nervously. The decision now was really a battle of victory and defeat. It was very likely that the outcome of this contact battle would be decided by Diwu Qingru's judgment this time. No one dared to say anything to disrupt Diwu Qingru's train of thought. They just waited quietly. As a supreme martial artist, they still had this bit of composure. In the tent, it was instantly so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of Diwu Qingru pacing back and forth slowly could be heard. The number of people dispatched this time is definitely more than the previous few operations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have confused the line of sight in advance and obliterated the traces afterwards. The last few times the other side moved out, the biggest one was when they sent out a total of 180 experts, 100 to fight, 40 to ambush, and 40 to guard. And there will always be people who will set up ambushes and loot the formation. Therefore, the other party is a cautious person by nature. Diwu Qingru was muttering to himself. As he paced, he frowned and analyzed softly. This, Commander-in-Chief, will the other party suddenly turn out in full force to fight us? Beside him, the expert from the Shi clan who rushed over at night suddenly interjected. He had only been here for less than 2 days. He wasn't familiar with Diwu Qingru's power, yet he rashly raised his own guess. Bastard! Xiao Jingyin yelled angrily in a low voice. Are you a pig? Didn't the commander-in-chief say that the other party was a cautious person? Shut up. Don't interrupt the commander-in-chief's train of thought. That person was stunned and looked at Xiao Jingyin in surprise, only to find that all the 8th grade supreme martial artists in the room were glaring at him angrily. His interruption actually caused everyone to be angry? Fuck, it can't be, right? This gigolo Diwu Qingru had actually established such supreme authority in such a short time. However, it was difficult to provoke public anger. The Shi family expert obediently lowered his head and didn't say anything. If I offend all the big shots here, then I'll have to wait to make things difficult for them. This is a matter of life and death. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed as he said in a warm voice, Since the other party is so cautious, then why don't you take action? Wasn't choosing to fight when they were at a disadvantage the same as courting death? You even lost the chance to struggle at death's door? Furthermore, if we were to launch a long-distance attack, we would even be able to take down the Li clan's headquarters in one fell swoop. But right now, We can't even find such an opportunity. Even the most ordinary military advisor wouldn't do such a thing. Elder Shur, you're worrying too much. That Shur family expert blushed and murmured, yes, yes. At this moment, feeling the knife-like gazes coming from all directions, he instantly felt that his back was sweating. Diwu Qingro continued his analysis. Since there are definitely more than before, then I'm afraid it's not 150 to 200 people, but between 200 to 300 people. With this number, the Li clan's headquarters will be in danger. Yes, that was what everyone was thinking in their hearts. With the Li clan's strength, no one would be surprised if they were to mobilize 50,000 martial artists now. But these 50,000 people were all martial artists. But those who could fight against the experts of the 8 super clans alliance army here, the Li clan definitely didn't have more than 1,200 people. Furthermore, under the constant pressure, the Li clan had depleted at least close to 300 people in the battle. This was referring to the dead, and the injured were about the same. Under such circumstances, if they mobilized more than 400 experts, the Li clan's headquarters would be extremely empty. It's a little too many people, so the other party must have a target this time. Diwu Qingro said softly, and such a target can't be a small number. It's very likely that they want to remove one of our points. Firstly, one of our points, no matter which clan we belong to, our individual strength is now slightly weaker than theirs. It's completely possible. Secondly, if they come and go like the wind and retreat after one strike, then it's another powerful deterrent. Bring over the map of the distribution of our forces. Diwu Qingro instructed calmly. Lan Mofeng responded and immediately took down a paper bag hanging on the wall. With a casual suction, a platform made of earth appeared in the middle of the tent. With a swoosh, the map unfolded on top of it. Diwu Qingro waved and said, "Come and take a look." Everyone gathered around at the same time. Right now, our distribution is Phoenix Palace. The 8 super clans each occupy one side, and the law enforcement officers occupy another. At the same time, all the exits and exits have been cut off. The Lan clan is in the center and guards the army. The law enforcement officers are the strongest and are at the forefront. Right now, there are 2 clans that are more vulnerable to attack. It's these 2 clans. Diwu Qingro pointed lightly with his finger. Everyone looked over at the same time. The expressions of Zhuge Yinfeng and Yuding of the Zhuge clan changed at the same time. The Zhuge clan was in the northwest corner, and the Zhuge clan was in the northeast corner. Both were the 2 sharp corners that protruded out of the battle formation. They were originally the best choice for defense, and also the 2 sharp edges that could attack at any time. But now, without a doubt, if the other party wanted to take the initiative to attack, the most advantageous choice would also be their 2 clans. Commander-in-Chief Diwu, Zhuge Yinfeng, and Yuding called out at the same time. Zhuge Yinfeng was the big boss of the Zhuge clan, while Diwu Qingro was only from a subsidiary clan and not the heir. All along, Diwu Qingro was just a servant in Zhuge Yinfeng's eyes. And in the Northwest War, they didn't use Zhuge Yinfeng, who was a ready-made intelligent clan, but used Diwu Qingro. Being suppressed by a servant, there was no need to mention how Zhuge Yinfeng felt in his heart. Although Diwu Qingro had proven his strength in every battle after that, making Zhuge Yinfeng feel ashamed of his inferiority and changing his attitude, that sense of superiority and vigilance made him unable to put down his pride at all. But this time, it was different. Zhuge Yinfeng couldn't care about his old face anymore. Diwu Qingro, however, was thinking. Although the other party's operation this time was secretive and strange, it still allowed his people to grasp their whereabouts. In other words, the other party deliberately let him know. Otherwise, with the Li clan's familiarity with the terrain, the Li clan could totally choose another path. Moreover, the other party first concealed their numbers and then used snow dust to erase their tracks. This clearly meant that they knew that there were experts from the Allied forces paying attention to that area. Since they knew, they went from there. This is clearly a signal for me. Diwu Qingro almost held his breath as he pondered. In other words, the other party wants to get something. But, after this matter is over, it will be beneficial to my own position or other things. But, what can I get? My position is already stable. What I need now is the foundation of the Diwu clan and the greater confidence of others in me. And these come from strength. As for strength, Diwu Qingro calculated in his heart. Then, which of the two clans should sacrifice some benefits? If something happens to the clan, and there are losses. If I protect the Zhuge clan, it means that I am not only an intelligent person, but also a person who cares about old friendships. But if the Zhuge clan sacrifices its benefits, it will be most beneficial for the Diwu clan to establish itself in the future. But if something happens to the Zhuge clan and there are huge losses, then there will definitely be people who say that I am cold-hearted. No matter what, the Zhuge clan has protected the Diwu clan for 10,000 years. I have to consider this reputation issue. Caring about old friendships is the biggest guarantee to win people's hearts. And everyone in the martial world cares about nothing more than life and death and the continuation of the fireworks. Having a master who cares about old friendships is better than having a master who is cold-hearted by nature. Diwu Qingro quickly made a decision. I'm sure that the enemy's target will definitely be these two clans. And these two positions are the horns of the allied forces. They cannot be lost. So, we must increase the troops and protect them. But the army cannot be left empty either. So, the Lan clan and the law enforcement officers will guard the army nearby to ensure that the camp will not be attacked. And the remaining 5 clans will have to be distributed. Diwu Qingro ordered continuously, Elder Yi, you lead the experts of the Yi clan to the Zhuge clan's camp immediately and raise the flag. Use the Yi clan's name to deter the enemy, and be ready to attack with the Zhuge clan at any time. Yes. Yi Xiaoyao immediately stood up to receive the order. Zhuge Yinfeng's eyes were filled with excitement. Diwu Qingro really didn't take the opportunity to take revenge on the Zhuge clan. On the contrary, he even sent the Yi clan, which was the most powerful, to the Zhuge clan to guard. Behind Diwu Qingro, Lan Mofeng's eyes flashed. He felt a kind of comfort in his heart, but also a kind of indignation. Since he still cares about old friendships with the Zhuge clan and the overall situation, then in the future, he won't be any better to me. His indignation was, you still care about old friendships at a time like this? Don't you know how to think for yourself? Elder Xiao, you and your experts of the Xiao clan will join the Yi clan's camp. Similarly, all of you must be prepared to attack. Yes, Xiao Jingyan agreed solemnly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.